Chapter 656. Kill. The moment Yi Xian charged out, a wave of sword light enveloped the group of people. The northern army didn't back down in the slightest. Kill. The general in the lead bellowed, and 100 people charged out in unison. Seven raised her head and looked into the sky. In the next moment, she charged up into the sky. The girl in black glanced at Yi Xian in the distance, then turned and left. In the distance, Yi Xian charged straight into the group of 100 people. Among them, there were 7 great emperors, while the rest were at least at the mastery realm. One had to admit that these 100 people were very strong. With their combined strength, they were able to suppress Yi Xian. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yi Xian could kill anyone in a second. But when they teamed up, there was nothing he could do. Boom. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly retreated several hundred meters. As soon as he stopped, several spears pierced through the air toward him. Yi Xian slashed forward with the executing heaven sword. To see. The spears were shattered in an instant. At the same time, he took a step forward and punched out. Fist of burial. Rumble. In an instant, the dozen or so soldiers charging at him were pulverized into mincemeat. But the next moment, a spear stabbed into his forehead. Bang! Yi Xian retreated dozens of meters. The spear hadn't broken through his defenses. His physical body was at the level of a great emperor. Yi Xian stomped his right foot and turned into a wave of sword light that shot forward. TC. Nearby, several soldiers' heads flew into the air. But soon, Yi Xian was forced back again. But in the blink of an eye, he was once again charging at the group of soldiers. The number of northern region soldiers on the battlefield was dwindling, and Yi Xian was killing a soldier with every passing moment. Kill. There was only one thought in Yi Xian's mind, and that was to kill. He had no good feelings toward the people from Black Origin Great World at all. When the people from Black Origin Great World came looking for him, it was already destined that they would oppose each other. Either you die or I live. The more Yi Xian killed, the fewer northern army soldiers there were. Now there were less than 50 of them left. Yi Xian had already killed half of them. As for Yi Xian, not only was his physique at the Emperor realm, but he was also wearing a Dao realm defensive treasure. Although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. Bang! Right at this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly pushed back by the joint forces of over a dozen people. After Yi Xian was pushed back, the leader of the northern army suddenly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" They no longer wanted to continue fighting with Yi Xian, because they had already lost too many people. And this Yi Xian, not only did he not weaken, he instead became stronger. Therefore, he decisively chose to retreat. The remaining dozens of northern army soldiers turned around and left. However, Yi Xian had no intention of giving up. With a shake of his body, he charged toward the northern army. The leader of the northern army's expression changed when he saw this. Hurry to the teleportation formation. With that, everyone sped up and rushed out of the city. Behind them, people were dying at every moment. Yi Xian was fast, but his sword was even faster. A flying sword followed closely behind the northern army like a maggot on a tarsal bone. Before long, the northern army arrived at a teleportation formation. As soon as they jumped onto it, a blue light enveloped them. At this moment, a tiny empty character suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's brows. Spaced Outlaw. In the next moment, the space around the northern army was changed by Yi Xian. This change made the teleportation formation lose its effectiveness. Sensing this, the northern army's expressions turned extremely ugly. The leader of the northern army glared at Yi Xian, who was walking toward them from afar. "Do you know who we are? We are the subordinates of the northern king of the Xuanhuan Great World." Yi Xian suddenly grinned. "Do you know who I am?" The leader stared at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Yi Xian smiled. "My name is Yi Xian, and I specialize in killing people from your Xuanhuan Great World." With that, he suddenly disappeared. The cry of a sword abruptly resounded in the battlefield. Nearby, the leader's expression turned ferocious. "Kill!" A group of people dashed towards Yi Xian as soon as they finished speaking. An hour later, Yi Xian lay on the ground, and corpses were everywhere around him. Not a single one of the 100 northern army soldiers had survived. All of them had been cleanly slaughtered by him. On the ground, Yi Xian quietly looked at the sky. A faint red glow was emitting from his body. It wasn't the power of his bloodline. It was the demonic nature in his body. Ever since he had turned into a demon, his demonic nature had grown stronger and stronger. And he himself had also discovered this point. However, he didn't think it was a bad thing. Demonic nature was also human nature. He didn't regret slaughtering the Northern Army at all. Or rather, it felt great. Too great. Just at this moment, a sword cry came from the horizon. In the next moment, Xiaoqi appeared beside him. Xiaoqi glanced at Yi Xian. Are you okay? Yi Xian nodded. 7 said. Just now there was someone who exceeded Emperor Realm and I killed him. But he seems to be calling for help. Calling for help. Yi Xian grinned. That's good. Xiaoqi nodded. I have an idea. Yi Xian said, speak. Xiaoqi said softly. It's a waste of time to find them like this. Why don't we let them find us? Yi Xian said with a smile. Great. Xiaoqi nodded. Then she opened her palm. There was a storage ring in her palm. A black storage ring. Xiaoqi passed it to Yi Xian. For you. Yi Xian said seriously. I am not a greedy person. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian. I know. Yi Xian asked. Really? Xiaoqi nodded. You are poor, too poor. I understand you. Yi Xian. A moment later, Yi Xian started to clear his spoils of war. Over 100 storage rings. Looking at the 100-odd storage rings in front of him, Yi Xian grinned from ear to ear. Finally, he counted them. Along with the ones in front of him, he had a total of 5. 7 billion god crystals, 52 Dao realm treasures, and some miscellaneous items. Of course, there was also the transcendent grade god meridian in the tower. Close to 5 billion god crystals. Yi Xian exclaimed. He had never seen so much money in his life. He didn't earn this money, he got it from killing people. He, Yi Xian, killed people based on who they were, but these people from Xianhuang Great World didn't. To them, the world outside of Xianhuang Great World was a target for them to plunder. One could imagine how rich the people in that world were. Right at that moment, the black-robed girl appeared in front of Yi Xian and Xiaoqi. Behind her was a boy who was around 6 or 7 years old. His face was a little pale, but there was no fear in his eyes. The black-robed girl looked at the corpses all over the place, and then at Yi Xian and Xiaoqi. Thank you. Xiaoqi looked at the black-robed girl. How many people are left here? The black-robed girl said solemnly. A few. Xiaoqi said. Bring them to the chaotic universe. There will be people there to settle you. Chaotic universe? The black-robed girl was stunned. You are from the chaotic universe? Xiaoqi nodded. Have you heard of it? The black-robed girl said solemnly. Yes, I heard that a 5th-dimensional treasure appeared there. Yi Xian, the black-robed girl said. The people from Xianhuang Great World won't let the chaotic universe off. Xiaoqi looked at her. I am still alive. Who dares to bully my people? The black-robed girl looked at Xiaoqi. Can all of us go to the chaotic universe? Xiaoqi nodded. Yes. But you must have your own value. Do you understand? The black-robed girl said solemnly. We have many factions and sects here. They are all hidden. If we go to your side, Xiaoqi said, bring your martial path civilization there. When you go there, people will find you and communicate with you. Of course, when you go there, you will be people of my god country and have to follow the rules there. Do you understand? The black-robed girl nodded. Understood. Xiaoqi pointed and a white light entered her brow. This is the route. Go. The black-robed girl nodded and then pulled the boy away. At that moment, the boy looked at Yi Xian. Did you just kill all of them? Yi Xian nodded. The boy looked at Yi Xian. How can I become as outstanding as you? When he heard this, Yi Xian was delighted. This fellow really knew how to speak. Yi Xian got up and walked up to the little boy. He opened his palm, and a Dao-level sword appeared in his hand. He handed the sword to the little boy. Work hard to become stronger, and protect the people around you. Do you understand? The boy took the sword and looked at Yi Xian. I will work hard. After saying this, he turned around and left with the black-robed girl. Very quickly, The people of this continent started to move towards the chaotic universe. Xiaoqi looked into the sky and said softly, "Their people should be here soon." Yi Xian stood beside Xiaoqi. "The enemy will get stronger and stronger." Xiaoqi was expressionless. "One day, I will stab my sword into Xianhuang Great World." Yi Xian looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi said, "I hate Xianhuang Great World, so they should disappear." Yi Xian was speechless. At that moment, Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian. "Xianhuang Great World has done so much evil. Am I doing this to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "You can say that." Xiaoqi nodded. "Actually, I am a good person." Yi Xian's expression became weird. This Xiaoqi at that moment, the demon lord's voice suddenly resounded. "It's over. This girl has been with you for so long, and her personality has started to change." At this moment, the space in front of the two suddenly split open, and a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and Xiaoqi, and in the next moment, he looked at the corpses at their feet. After a moment of silence, he said, "Sorry to disturb you. I was just passing by." With that, he turned around and returned to the spatial crack. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 657. The middle-aged man had vanished. Yi Xian and Xiaoqi looked at each other. The middle-aged man's actions left them a little dumbfounded. "He's leaving just like that?" Xiaoqi suddenly said. "Wait." Yi Xian nodded. It didn't take long for the space before them to be torn apart again. And then the middle-aged man had appeared once more. This time, there were two more people behind him. They were experts at the Godrank realm. The Godrank realm was above the Emperor realm. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Weren't you just passing by?" The middle-aged man gazed coldly at Yi Xian and Xiaoqi. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Xian didn't answer him. He gazed at Xiaoqi instead. "How many do you want to fight?" Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said, "All of them." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished. Hiss! A ray of light tore through the air. The middle-aged man's expression changed. An extraordinary sword god. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoqi's sword arrived before him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the other two attacked in unison. Hiss! 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 The middle-aged man and the other two were instantly enveloped by an expanse of light. 3 breaths of time later, Xiaoqi returned to Yi Xian's side, and only the middle-aged man remained not too far away from her. As for the other two divine crystal realm experts, they'd fallen to the ground. The middle-aged man's face was extremely pale. Besides deep fear and terror, there was also terror in his eyes as he gazed at Xiaoqi. Who exactly are you?" Xiaoqi gazed at the middle-aged man. "Go back and get everyone else." The middle-aged man spoke fiercely. "Are you provoking my Skyearth world?" Xiaoqi nodded. When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at Yi Xian and said, "The two of us will fight all of you. Go back and get everyone else." Yi Xian was speechless. The middle-aged man laughed fiercely, and then he turned around and left without saying anything. Yi Xian collected the corpses of the 2 divine crystal powerhouses and handed them over to the demon lord. These 2 divine crystal powerhouses had a total of 500 million divine crystals and 10 Tao realm treasures. Needless to say, the experts of Skyearth world were truly too wealthy. Seven suddenly said, "God realm is too weak." Yi Xian looked at Seven and she said softly, "Why are you so weak?" Meanwhile, the Fiend Lord's voice suddenly resounded. "Little girl, only now do you realize that there's always someone better out there. You're a monster, but there's someone even more monstrous than you. Even in the Xianhuang Great World. The reason why things are going so smoothly for you too is because that group of people doesn't fully understand you too. If they knew about your talents and combat strength, they wouldn't have sent these people." Seven nodded. "I know." As she spoke, she looked at the spatial crack in the distance. "They should have looked at us." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I think we should keep a low profile." Seven said, "But strength doesn't allow it." Yi Xian was speechless. The demon lord said softly, "You 2 little fellows." Right at this moment, the spatial rift in front of them suddenly trembled, and it wasn't long before an old man in a linen robe walked out from within it. The old man's body was ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't his true body. After the old man appeared, his gaze descended onto Seven, and his eyes suddenly flickered with golden light. A short while later, his expression gradually became solemn. Innate Sword Tao spiritual body, peak extraordinary sword god, peak imperial realm. When he spoke up to this point, he took a step forward while the golden light in his eyes turned violet. A short while later, his expression became extremely solemn. Tao spiritual root. Innate spiritual intelligence. As he spoke, his face had turned pale. Meanwhile, the old man took another step forward while the violet light in his eyes turned black and white. A long time passed before his hands started to tremble. The fate of a human king. Karmic luck of the Grand Tao. How could this be possible? This is impossible. It's completely impossible. As he spoke, he took a few dozen steps back. A human king. What was a human king? At the beginning of the fourth dimension, the universe was in chaos. At that time, humans had just appeared and were weak. In the end, a human king appeared. That was the first human king in human history. This human king, she led the human race to fight against the Tendo, the demon race, and the myriad of races in the universe. He also founded the human race's civilization, martial arts civilization, and established various human systems. It could be said that the human race's civilization began with this human king Shi. After that, a few more human kings appeared in the human race. These human kings were all geniuses, and they brought the human race to an even higher peak. In that era, the human king was higher than the Tendo, and even higher than the legendary heavenly gods. The last human king of the human race was called Zhou. This human king failed to fight against the Tendo and heavenly gods. After that, the human race no longer had a human king, only the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven. After Zhou, the human race was ruled by the Tendo and some ancient heavenly gods. It was also after that the Tendo was supreme, and the divine power was supreme. The reason why the old man was shocked was because he saw the fate of a human king on Seven. What did this mean? It meant that this little girl could very well become a human king. Once this little girl became a human king, it must be known that although the human kings had already disappeared, these human kings still had countless followers behind them. Even the fourth dimension's Tendo, and those ancient heavenly gods did not dare to look down on them. If those people knew that a new human king had appeared in this world, the old man could not imagine what would happen. Nowadays, many people only knew about the Son of Heaven and emperors. No one knew about the human king, but some of the ancient monsters knew about it. The old man stared at Seven. After a moment, he turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Yi Xian, who was not far away, suddenly said, "Don't you want to look at me?" The old man turned around and looked at Yi Xian. His eyes emitted a purple light. After a moment, he shook his head, wasting old man's Xian Qi. After saying that, he turned around and entered the spatial crack. In his original position, Yi Xian flew into a rage. "What did you say? Don't you mother****** leave?" After saying that, he raised his sword and rushed over. But when he rushed to the spatial crack, it suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian was infuriated and slashed down with his sword. That space was directly shattered by him. At this time, Seven looked at Yi Xian. "Don't care about what others think." Yi Xian shrugged. "Actually, I'm not angry." At this time, the demon lord's voice sounded. "From your appearance, your talent is indeed not top-notch, but—" Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "But what?" The demon lord said, "But most of the time, talent is not the only standard to measure a person. Since ancient times, many outstanding people did not necessarily have good talent. The path of Tao relies more on one's own efforts and opportunities. Of course, your talent is not bad, he just can't see through you." Hearing this, Yi Xian laughed. Senior's vision is unique, not something those ordinary people can compare to. The demon lord. At this time, Seven suddenly said, "Looks like they won't be coming for a while. Let's go to their spatial stronghold to find them." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." With that said, the two turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. After entering the starry sky, the two disappeared into the distant end of the galaxy on the Imperial starship. Target: the next spatial stronghold. On the Imperial starship, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Absorb. Among the spoils of war, there were 6 Dao realm swords, and now he wanted to take this opportunity to break through to the origin realm. When he recultivated in adversity, he stopped at this realm. And now, what he needed to do was to improve his realm. After a sword was inserted into his abdomen, a pure spiritual energy exploded from his body. Dao realm swords. How terrifying was the energy of this sword. Yi Xian began to absorb this energy madly, and gradually, a wave of aura spread out from his body. Not far away, 7 glanced at Yi Xian, then turned to look at the distant end of the starry sky. 3 days later, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave of aura suddenly floated out from his mouth. Origin realm. At this moment, not far away, 7 suddenly said, "Look." Hearing this, Yi Xian looked up, and in the distant end of the starry sky, there was a long bridge. The bridge stretched across the starry sky, and the left and right sides could not see the end. And the bridge was empty, with gusts of cold wind blowing. It was quite strange. Yi Xian said softly, "What is this?" 7 shook her head. "Let's go take a look." Yi Xian nodded, and soon the two arrived in front of the bridge. As soon as they arrived, a wave of cold wind blew over. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What is this?" 7 jumped onto the bridge, and as soon as she arrived, she frowned. At this moment, the demon lord's voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind. "This place is not normal, be careful." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became serious. He looked around, and just as he was about to speak, a woman in red suddenly appeared in front of him and 7. The woman in red had a ferocious face, and she was a ghost body. 7 said softly, "Ghost?" Yi Xian looked at the woman in red, and the latter was looking at him and 7 viciously. Yi Xian said solemnly, "She is not simple." 7 looked around with an indifferent expression. However, her left hand was holding onto the sword by her waist. Just at this moment, another soul appeared behind them. Yi Xian turned around and his expression changed. That was because in front of him was a dense mass of souls. At this moment, the entire bridge was filled with souls. These souls were all extremely ferocious, and they didn't look like normal souls. At this moment, 7 suddenly said, "They are nurturing evil souls." Yi Xian looked at 7, and she said softly, "There are some evil cultivation techniques recorded in the history books, and this evil soul nurturing is one of them. This bridge should be a god realm treasure, and someone is using it to nurture evil souls." After saying this, she looked around. "Let's go." Yi Xian nodded his head. The two of them were about to leave when a voice rang out from the bridge. "You want to leave? Isn't it too late?" The moment the voice landed, numerous evil souls charged towards Yi Xian and 7. 7 frowned and was about to attack. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped her. "Let me perform." 7 was speechless. "P.S. Did you misunderstand what I said yesterday? I like the feeling of you giving me monthly tickets. I didn't tell you not to send me. You can't twist my words." Chapter 658. Souls. It could be said that the thing that Yi Xian feared the least was souls. Regardless of whether it was the soul-suppressing sword or his soul-setting sword, both of them were absolutely effective against soul-type creatures. Looking at the incoming souls, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. In the next instant, the soul-suppressing sword flew out. Wang. A sword hum rang out from the bridge. The moment the soul-suppressing sword appeared, the souls on the bridge revealed expressions of shock and fear. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Soul-suppressing sword. You actually have the soul-suppressing sword. You." A strong force suddenly dashed towards Yi Xian as soon as he finished speaking. 7 frowned. She raised her hand and slashed to the right. Hong. With a slash of the sword, an afterimage retreated several thousand feet in front of Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi looked into the distance, and a few hundred meters in front of her, there was a skinny old man. He was hunched over, and he only had one eye. He held a black banner in his hand. The old man stared at Xiaoqi. Transcendent sword god. Xiaoqi sized up the old man. Ugly. Yi Xian was speechless. It had to be said that the old man was truly ugly, especially his face. There were many black warts on it, and he looked extremely disgusting. However, it was a little hurtful for Xiaoqi to say it so directly. As expected, the old man's face turned savage. Little girl, do you know who the person in front of you is? Xiaoqi lowered her head. I don't want to look at you. Impudent. The old man was enraged, and he suddenly disappeared, and a powerful aura swept towards Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi raised her hand and slashed out. Hong. The old man was sent back to his original position. The old man looked at Xiaoqi, shocked and furious. You. Xiaoqi turned to look at Yi Xian, and she glanced at Yi Xian. You look more pleasing to the eye. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the soul-suppressing sword in Yi Xian's hand was still frantically devouring the surrounding evil souls. The soul-suppressing sword was very excited. Young lord, these souls are great nourishment. I will definitely be able to advance. Advancement? The divine realm? Yi Xian said softly. Then absorb more. The soul-suppressing sword said. All right. At this moment, the skinny old man in the distance suddenly retreated a few dozen meters. Then he clasped his hands together and began to chant something. Gradually, the bridge beneath Yi Xian's feet began to tremble violently. Soon, the evil spirits in the surroundings suddenly became violent. The soul-suppressing sword suddenly said, Young lord, these people's souls have all been refined into evil spirits. Yi Xian asked, Ferocious spirit? The soul-suppressing sword said, Yes, these people's souls will forever be his slaves, unable to be freed. It's very miserable. If I absorb them, I can free them. Yi Xian glanced at those souls. These souls did not have any intelligence. They should have been erased. Yi Xian asked, Can you deal with them? The soul-suppressing sword said, Young lord, you can't underestimate me. All those years ago in the Nether race, I specialized in suppressing evil spirits. Moreover, I specialized in suppressing peerless experts. These evil spirits are simply a piece of cake to me. Yi Xian smiled. Then I'll leave them to you. The soul-suppressing sword trembled violently, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that flashed through the surroundings. In an instant, countless evil spirits were absorbed by it. The skinny old man's expression became extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. You. Why do you possess the Nether race's soul-suppressing sword? Yi Xian gazed at the old man. Take a guess. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Do you know? Who is this old man? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. The old man spoke fiercely. The old man is a foreign elder under the command of the king of the northern region. The sky-split world. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. And then he said, You're from sky-split world? The old man spoke coldly. You don't believe me? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I believe you. I'm quite curious about how you know about the Nether race. According to my knowledge, the Nether race is from the Chaos verse. The old man gazed at Yi Xian. You aren't a member of the Nether race. Yi Xian smiled. Why would you say that? The old man spoke coldly. The Nether race is from the Chaos verse indeed. However, some of the experts of their race left the Chaos verse all those years ago. For example, the Nether King. He went to Sky-Split World. Sky-Split World? Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Nether King is at Sky-Split World? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. You're from the Chaos verse. Yi Xian nodded. The old man laughed coldly. You probably don't know yet, but my Sky-Split World has already set its sights on your Chaos verse. In less than a month, your Chaos verse will vanish from this world. Yi Xian laughed. If I'm not wrong, you're calling for someone, right? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. You know what the old man is planning, so why haven't you left? Yi Xian grinned. Why don't you guess? The old man gazed at Yi Xian, and then his expression suddenly changed. You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, You recognize me? The old man said in a low voice. You have that fifth-dimensional treasure in your possession. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of undisguised greed appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian smiled. I do. Do you want it? The old man gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Right at this moment, the space by his side suddenly trembled. And then it didn't take long for the trembling space to be torn apart. After that, a violet-robed old man walked out from within it. The violet-robed old man gazed at the old man. "Ku Jin, you actually asked for guidance." The old man glanced at Xiao Qi and said, "Help me keep her busy." The old man glanced at Xiao Qi and smiled. "What's in it for me?" Ku Jin spoke coldly. 500 million divine crystals. The old man chuckled. 1 billion. Ku Jin glanced at the old man. "All right." The old man roared with laughter, and then he gazed at Xiao Qi. He sized her up and said, "I presume that you're a monstrous genius. Come, let me see how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. An afterimage flashed across the battlefield. Xiao Qi had an emotionless expression on her face, as she suddenly vanished. OM. A sword howl suddenly tore through the sky. In an instant, the violet-robed old man moved 3 kilometers back. At the same time, one of his arms had vanished. After the old man stopped moving, he gazed at Xiao Qi with terror. "You." When he spoke up to hear, he suddenly turned around to gaze at Ku Jin, and he roared furiously. "You tricked the old man." Ku Jin remained silent. He noticed that this little girl's strength was much stronger than he'd imagined. She was too formidable. Ku Jin glanced at Xiao Qi, and then he turned around and left. He didn't hesitate at all. The old man was both shocked and furious when he saw Ku Jin flee, and he hurriedly turned around and left as well. Xiao Qi was about to chase after him. Meanwhile, her beautiful brows knit together slightly, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, countless souls were surging towards the soul-suppressing sword that stood before Yi Xian. As it absorbed more and more souls, the aura emanated by the soul-suppressing sword had practically multiplied by a few times. Xiao Qi's brows knit together slightly, because the bridge beneath her and Yi Xian had suddenly started trembling. Danger! Xiao Qi walked over to Yi Xian's side. Suddenly, the entire bridge exploded apart. Both Yi Xian and Xiao Qi had vanished. Not long after Yi Xian and Xiao Qi vanished, a middle-aged man appeared here, and there were 2 old men behind him. One of the old men was Ku Jin from before. Ku Jin glanced at the surroundings, and his face was filled with bewilderment. They were here just now. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings and said, "Are you sure that little girl has attained the extraordinary sword god realm?" Ku Jin nodded, and his expression gradually became solemn. "Absolutely." The middle-aged man spoke softly. "This ruler isn't simple at all." Ku Jin gazed at the middle-aged man. "General Fang Yi, we must eliminate these 2 people if we want to conquer the chaotic universe." The middle-aged man glanced at Ku Jin. "Are you going to kill them?" Ku Jin's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly lowered his head. He was one of the 3 peerless generals under the command of the king of the northern region. A peerless general. Every single one of them was an extraordinary expert that guarded an entire region in the universe. Regardless of whether it was in terms of individual strength or ability to lead troops, they were top-rate existences. However, this person before him was in charge of 100,000 troops of the northern region, and his status was extremely respected in the northern territory of the universe. The middle-aged man called Fang Yi raised his head and looked towards the distance, and he spoke softly. "That little girl has the fate of a mortal king. He can't be allowed to live." The fate of a mortal king. Ku Jin's expression changed. She has the fate of a mortal king? Fang Yi paid no attention to Ku Jin, and he turned his head slightly to the side. "Summon all the expeditionary forces. They must arrive in the starry sky of the chaotic universe within a day. Anyone who doesn't arrive will be killed regardless of the reason." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before he continued. "Immediately gather all the information on the divine king of the chaotic universe. It isn't just her. I want all the information on the divine kingdom since the beginning." The old man bowed slightly, and then he left silently. Fang Yi gazed towards the distant starry sky and spoke softly. "It's going to be a tough battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished. After the bridge suddenly exploded, Yi Xian and Xiao Qi appeared on the surface of a river. It was dark around them, and the water was murky. Not far in front of them stood an old woman. The old woman was boiling soup. The fragrance of the soup was extremely alluring. Yi Xian looked at the old woman. "Senior, you are?" The old woman scooped a bowl of soup, and then she looked at Yi Xian and Xiao Qi and she grinned. "Have a bowl of soup." Her smile was somewhat terrifying. Yi Xian glanced at the bowl of soup, and he shook his head. "No, I won't drink it." The old woman suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Qi and Yi Xian, and she looked at them. "Drink this soup, and forget about your past life, and forget about this life. How great is that?" As she spoke, she passed the soup to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi looked at the bowl of soup, and at this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in the soup. In a turbid world, a woman in a plain dress stood quietly on top of the clouds. She looked down at the bottom of the clouds with an expressionless face. Not far away from her right stood another woman. The woman stared at the woman in the plain dress in rage. "You're crazy." The woman in the plain dress suddenly placed her sword on the woman's forehead, and her expression was ferocious. "Crazy? Have you forgotten how he died?" As her voice landed, the sword stabbed in half an inch. The woman's blood flowed out. The woman stared at the woman in the plain dress. "This isn't what he wants to see." The woman in the plain dress looked at the woman in the plain dress, and her expression became more and more ferocious. "Then let him tell me personally. Other than him, no one can stop me." As her voice landed, she turned around and left. Behind her, the woman stared at the woman in the plain dress. "This four-dimensional universe has countless living beings, you." In the distance, the woman in the plain dress didn't even turn her head. "This four-dimensional universe isn't as important as a strand of his hair." Chapter 659. Above the clouds, it suddenly became silent. The woman stood there quietly and didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the woman lowered her head. "No one can stop her." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Don't go. She will kill you." The woman said softly, "He said that if we have the ability, we must protect the weak." That voice was silent. The woman looked below the clouds, her eyes slowly becoming a little dazed. "I also want him to live." On the river, the scene stopped. In front of Seven, the old woman's expression became extremely solemn. "That woman in the plain dress. I have never seen such a strong swordsman." As she said that, she looked towards Seven. "Drink this soup and end the karma of your past life." Seven asked, "Why should I end it?" The old woman smiled. "Why not end it?" Seven looked at the old woman. "My past life is my past life. I am me. I don't care about my past life and I won't forget my past life. I am Seven, I am me." The old woman looked at Seven and was about to speak. Suddenly, her expression changed. She grabbed Seven's right hand and closed her eyes. After a moment she opened them. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. You actually have the fate of the human king." Seven frowned. "Human king?" The old woman looked at Seven deeply. "Unbelievable, after so many years, someone with the fate of the human king has actually appeared." At the side, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What is human king?" The old woman looked at Yi Xian. "It is the king of the human race, on par with Tendo, on par with the ancient gods." Yi Xian asked, "Emperor?" The old woman suddenly raged. "What emperor? An emperor is called the son of heaven. He is chosen by the heavens. Human king is the king of the human race. He is not restricted by the heavens and earth, on par with the heavens and earth, on par with the ancient gods. Do you understand?" Yi Xian looked at the old woman. "Senior, don't be agitated. I am just asking." The old woman slowly closed her eyes. Sad. The human race has actually forgotten the human king of the past. Yi Xian. At this time the old woman looked at Yi Xian. "If she doesn't drink, will you?" Yi Xian asked. "Can I see the past life in this soup?" The old woman said, "Sure." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Let me see what I was like in my previous life." The old woman looked at Yi Xian. She handed the bowl to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian looked at it, the bowl of soup suddenly exploded. Bang! The old woman instantly retreated 1,000 feet. Yi Xian was speechless. Seven blinked and looked at Yi Xian curiously. In the distance, the old woman's expression was extremely ugly. How is this possible? With that, she appeared in front of Yi Xian again. She glared at Yi Xian. Who were you in your past life? Yi Xian helplessly said. What are you asking? How would I know who I was in my past life? With that, he said seriously. However, I feel that I was definitely a very powerful existence in my past life. I have no doubt about this. The old woman looked at Yi Xian. After a moment, she suddenly took out an ancient mirror and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the ancient mirror. The mirror rippled like water. After a moment, the mirror suddenly shook violently. Soon, a gray world appeared in the mirror. At this time, the mirror suddenly exploded. The old woman retreated again. Yi Xian. In the distance, the old woman's expression was extremely ugly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. Even if you are the reincarnation of a human king, you can't destroy this rebirth mirror. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Then he said, perhaps I am even more powerful than a human king. The old woman said angrily. T. In the history of the human race in the four-dimensional universe, human king is the strongest person. You. With that, she seemed to think of something. Her pupils suddenly shrank. You are not from the four-dimensional universe. Yi Xian was a little helpless. I don't know either. The old woman stared at Yi Xian. In the past, she came into contact with people from the five-dimensional universe. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. People who came into contact with people from the five-dimensional universe? The old woman nodded. Shi. With that, she paused for a moment. Then she said, both of you are not simple. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he said, Senior, do you have any inheritance to pass down? The old woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said seriously, if Senior needs it, I will definitely not refuse. Xiaoqi suddenly pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve. Restrain yourself. Yi Xian. The old woman glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know who I am? Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, you are? The old woman turned around and pointed to a pitch-black door not far away. And above the door, there were two big black words, Hell. Hell. Yi Xian frowned. What is that? The old woman said calmly. In the past, not only did Shi establish human civilization and various human systems, but he also established the reincarnation system. When humans die of old age or when their lifespan is exhausted, their souls will enter a place. Yi Xian asked. Hell. The old woman nodded. After entering hell, you can drink the rebirth soup to end your past life and forget about this life. Then, you can cultivate the next life. Later, when the last human king was killed, many things also disappeared, including this reincarnation system. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. Enter this door, and you can obtain the inheritance. Yi Xian hesitated and then asked, is it dangerous? The old woman looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian. At this moment, the old woman looked at Xiaoqi. If you control this hell, you can use it to establish the reincarnation system. It was obvious that she wanted Xiaoqi to inherit this hell. This was because this hell was created by a human king. Xiaoqi's inheritance was the best. Xiaoqi looked at the door. Reincarnation system? The old woman nodded. There are 18 evil souls inside. They can all be used by you. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian. Do you want it? Yi Xian looked at the old woman. No, I don't want it. With that, he took out the world prison pagoda and sighed. Haze, I am only interested in the inheritance of the fifth dimension. I am not interested in anything else. The old woman looked at the world prison pagoda in Yi Xian's hands. Her expression was solemn. Fifth dimension item. Yi Xian said calmly. It is just a pagoda. It is not worth mentioning. It is not worth mentioning. With that, he kept the world prison pagoda. The old woman looked at Yi Xian. Then she looked at Xiaoqi. Go in. Xiaoqi nodded. She walked through the door. Only Yi Xian and the old woman were left. The old woman looked at Yi Xian. I have something that is suitable for you. But unfortunately, you said that you are only interested in fifth dimension items. Haze Yi Xian. Roughly 2 hours later, Xiaoqi walked out. There was a blood-red mark on her forehead. The old woman looked at Xiaoqi. You succeeded? Xiaoqi nodded. The old woman asked. They didn't make things difficult for you? Xiaoqi looked at the old woman. She shook her head. They seemed happy. The old woman nodded. That's true. There won't be anyone better than you. Xiaoqi looked at the old woman. Are you coming with me? The old woman shook her head. I want to stay here. I don't want to care about the outside world. Xiaoqi nodded. She looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. The two of them were about to leave. At this moment, the old woman suddenly said, Young man. Yi Xian turned to look at the old woman. She pointed with her finger. A black stone appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not understand. This is. The old woman said, Soul stone. If you embed this stone on your sword, it can increase its rank by at least 2 levels. Not only that, this thing is the nemesis of all souls. This soul does not only refer to the souls of humans, but also the souls of all living beings in the 4-dimensional universe. Apart from that, it can also nourish your soul. All soul attacks and soul techniques are useless against you. Of course, this doesn't mean that you are invincible. If you meet some special experts like, her expression became solemn. For example, that girl in the plain dress. In front of such people, all treasures are useless. Yi Xian bowed. Thank you. The old woman looked at Xiaoqi. This 4th dimension is no longer the human king era. Your appearance represents an anomaly. I'm afraid there will be many troubles in the future. Xiaoqi asked. What is there to be afraid of? The old woman looked at Xiaoqi for a long time. Finally, she nodded. You have the fate of a human king. You can go and find those fellows from the human king era. I believe that many of them are still alive. Xiaoqi asked. Are they strong? The old woman nodded. Those who are still alive are either very weak or extremely strong. Xiaoqi nodded. I understand. The old woman looked at Xiaoqi. Take care. Xiaoqi and Yi Xian turned and left. In the field, the old woman was silent for a long time. Finally, she turned and walked into the distance. Not long later, she completely disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian and Xiaoqi returned to the starry sky. At this moment, the demon lord's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. That person just now was very strong. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. How strong? The demon lord said. Slightly weaker than me. Yi Xian. The demon lord continued. Unfortunately, her body is gone. Moreover, her soul is incomplete. She should have been destroyed by someone. Otherwise, at her peak, she should be a peerless expert. Yi Xian said, Senior, do you know about the human king era? The demon lord said. I've heard a little. However, it's just a little. I don't know much. If I'm not wrong, the history of that era should have been erased by someone or some force. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoqi suddenly frowned and his expression turned cold. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi said, Something has happened in the chaotic universe. P.S. Do you have any votes to vote for? If you do, please look at me. I will accept your votes without hesitation. Chapter 660. The Starry Sky of the Chaotic Universe. Shangguan Xian, looked up at the starry sky, where tens of thousands of people stood. The army. The army from the black-yellow great world. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. This person was Fang Yi. Behind him was the expeditionary army from the black-yellow great world. The expeditionary army was the army used by the black-yellow great world to expand their territory. The purpose of this army was to search for new universes and conquer them. There was no doubt about the strength of this army, especially those who survived. It could be said that all of them were battle-hardened and had extremely rich combat experience. Beside Shangguan Xian, were Tendo and Yan Dao. Behind them were Xiaoqi's guards, the Divine Martial Army, and the Paladin Regiment. There weren't many people, only 5,000 in total. But the aura of these 5,000 people was extremely strong. In terms of individual strength, these 5,000 people did not lose to the expeditionary army from the black-yellow great world at all. Yan Dao asked, Is there any news of His Majesty? Shangguan Xian shook her head. Too far, I can't contact him. Yan Dao looked up at the starry sky. How should we deal with him? Shangguan Xian suddenly floated out, and soon arrived 100 zhang away from Fang Yi. Behind Shangguan Xian there were 3 more people besides Yan Dao. They were Xiang Qing, Xiang Yu, and Tendo. Fang Yi sized up Shangguan Xian. You have 2 choices, surrender or die. Shangguan Xian smiled. His Majesty once said that the Divine Kingdom will never bow to anyone. Fang Yi looked at Shangguan Xian. That's because you didn't meet me. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. In the instant that Fang Yi disappeared, Xiang Qing and the other 2 behind Shangguan Xian also disappeared. Rumble. The starry sky shook violently and Yan Dao and the other 2 retreated nearly 1,000 zhang. Blood slowly flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Fang Yi appeared in front of Shangguan Xian. But at this moment, a figure suddenly charged at Fang Yi. Fang Yi frowned, turned around and punched. Boom. The starry sky shook. A middle-aged man stood not far from Fang Yi. Zhou Yafu. Fang Yi glanced at Zhou Yafu and said, I never thought there would be a transcendent martial god in this universe. Zhou Yafu looked at Fang Yi. I've heard of your Xianhuang great world. I've heard that wherever you go, you leave nothing behind. Is that true? Fang Yi smiled. It's true. Zhou Yafu stared fixedly at Fang Yi. It seems you'll have to stop here in the chaos verse. Fang Yi laughed. Do you know how many cosmoses we've encountered along the way? There were quite a few who were even more powerful than your chaos verse, but in the end, they all disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. In the distance, Zhou Yafu's pupils constricted and he punched out. Rumble. Along with an explosion, Zhou Yafu was instantly pushed back by over 10 kilometers. Fang Yi coldly looked at Zhou Yafu. You're overestimating yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands in the air. In an instant, the surrounding space began to surge violently like boiling water. In the distance, Zhou Yafu's eyes were cold. He slowly clenched his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his fist. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yafu suddenly disappeared. Rumble. In the battlefield, a powerful force tore through space and headed straight for Fang Yi. A hint of disdain appeared on Fang Yi's face as he clasped his hands together. Rumble. The surrounding space suddenly trembled. In an instant, Zhou Yafu was directly sent flying. This time he flew for over 10 kilometers. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Xian's face sank slightly. She knew that only Shao Qi and Yi Xian could deal with this Fang Yi. Shao Qi was extremely strong, Yi Xian had many tricks up his sleeves, and there was also Tower. But now both of them were not here. How could they resist Fang Yi? In the air, Fang Yi turned to look at Shangguan Xian. He was about to make a move when a woman suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Xian. Munanji. Munanji sized up Fang Yi. You're not a God state expert. Fang Yi was expressionless. I have to say, the quality of experts in this chaos verse is quite good. Munanji smiled. Do you know that little girl? Fang Yi asked. Divine Kingdom's Divine Lord? Munanji nodded. Fang Yi said indifferently, Why? Munanji smiled. You will regret looking down on her. Fang Yi shook his head. I have never looked down on her. Otherwise, I would not have come to this chaos verse. Munanji's eyes narrowed. Because she is not here. That is why you are here. Fang Yi looked at Munanji. Kill. Do not underestimate the enemy. As his voice fell, the expeditionary army behind him rushed out. Although there were only tens of thousands of them, their aura was like a million-strong army. Below, Shangguan Xian said softly, Protect my divine kingdom. Protect my divine kingdom. Behind Shangguan Xian countless experts roared. In the next moment, everyone rushed towards the depths of the starry sky. In addition to the divine guards and personal guards, there was also the Divine Kingdom's Paladin Regiment and the 9th Legion. In addition, the experts of the Tang clan and the Monster clan were also there. Not only these 2 clans' experts, but the Divine Martial City's Wu Yuan and Sword Sex experts were also there. Leading them was Lanxiao. As for Munanji and Zhou Yafu, as well as the Divine Kingdom's Yan Dao and the other experts, they were restraining Fang Yi. Not long after, Fang Yi's expression gradually turned ugly. This was because he discovered that the expeditionary army was actually being suppressed by the experts of the Chaosverse. Especially the Divine Kingdom's Genius, and Lancio, and the others. In front of the expeditionary army, they were practically invincible. But this time, the experts of the Divine Kingdom's divine list were all present. Especially the number 1 on the divine list, Yuan Yi. Her secret techniques were simply destructive in this kind of group battle. In the starry sky, Feng Ye's expression darkened. He discovered that it was not that he had underestimated the Divine Kingdom's ruler, but that he had underestimated the Divine Kingdom's low-end strength. It should be said that he had greatly underestimated them. After a moment of silence, Feng Yi suddenly opened his right hand. A golden arrow shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Xian, and the others' expressions darkened. Needless to say, Feng Yi must be calling for help. Shangguan Xian turned her head. Have the hidden guards go to the depths of the starry sky. In the dark, a black-robed man with a blade quietly retreated. Shangguan Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky and said softly, "Your Majesty, you have to hurry back." In the depths of the distant starry sky, Yi Xian and Xiao Qi sat on the Imperial starship and traveled at top speed. The Imperial starship's speed had reached its limit. On the bow of the Imperial starship, Xiao Qi stood quietly. Not far behind her, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, the soul-suppressing sword floating in front of him. Fuse. At this moment, he was fusing the soul stone with the soul-suppressing sword. This was not a simple matter. Fortunately, the soul-suppressing sword and the soul stone had the same attribute. It just needed to absorb a lot of spiritual energy, and he needed to mediate it. Time passed bit by bit, and the soul stone and the soul-suppressing sword fused more and more. At this moment, the soul-suppressing sword's aura also became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Little Soul said excitedly, "Little Master, this soul stone is really, really, really good. If I fuse with it, I can easily surpass the God realm." Yi Xian smiled. "What is above the God realm?" Little Soul kept silent for a moment and then said, "End realm." Yi Xian frowned. "End realm." Little Soul said, "Yes, it means to reach our own limits. The executing heaven sword in Little Master's hand should be the peak of the end realm. It has reached its own limit, and if it wants to break through again, it might need Little Master's help." Yi Xian asked, "What do you need me to do?" Little Soul said, "The sword is extraordinary because of the person. If it wants to reach the legendary mortal sword, it will depend on Little Master's own sword path. Me too, if I want to reach the legendary mortal sword level, I will need Little Master's help. So, I will work hard with Little Master in the future." Yi Xian smiled. "Let's work hard together." The soul-suppressing sword continued to fuse with the soul stone. About 2 hours later, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful aura swept out from the soul-suppressing sword. As soon as this aura appeared, the surrounding space immediately boiled violently. At this moment, Seven, who was not far away, suddenly said, "Look." Yi Xian got up and walked beside Seven. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, a bunch of soldiers wearing black armor and holding spears were flying through the air. Just at this moment, Seven suddenly appeared in front of the bunch of soldiers, and they stopped right away. The leader stared at Seven. "Who are you?" Xiao Qi sized up the general. "Are you people from the black-yellow great world?" The leader squinted. "How did you know?" Seven asked. "You want to head to the chaotic universe?" The leader frowned. "How did you know? Who are you?" Seven looked at Yi Xian. "You head back first, I will block them." Yi Xian looked at the leader. The leader's aura was really strong, and he was at least a God realm expert. More importantly, there were 100 people behind him, and there were at least 10 God realm experts and 30 Emperor realm experts. Moreover, their auras were very strong, not something an ordinary Emperor realm expert could compare to. Clearly, these were not ordinary people. Yi Xian said, "Together?" Seven shook her head. "In case there are any changes to the chaotic universe, you head first, I will follow." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then nodded. Be careful. With that, he turned and disappeared into the distant stars. In front of Seven, the leader stared at her. Do you know what you are doing? Seven didn't waste any time. She opened her right hand and turned into a sword light that shot out. Wong. As the sword chime rang out, bloody heads flew out one after another in the distance. Roughly an hour later, Seven sheathed her sword, and in front of her was a ground of corpses. Seven looked coldly at the corpses and turned to leave. But at this moment her expression changed. Yi Xian pushed his speed to the limit, and with his current speed he could reach the chaotic universe in an hour at most. Roughly an hour later, the Fiend Lord's voice suddenly rang out. Danger! Yi Xian stopped. As soon as he stopped, his glabella was pierced through. Chapter 661. Sword. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, a sword pierced through his forehead. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely shocked. The person who made the move was actually this fast. Without much thought, the moment the sword pierced through his forehead, he instinctively turned around and slashed down. Chi. The sword slashed down, but it cut through the air. Because there was nothing in front of him. Disappeared. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He rubbed his forehead, and the sword there had disappeared. He had to admit that he was really shocked just now. If the opponent hadn't been holding a sword, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly sounded. The opponent's concealment technique is quite special. Be careful. Yi Xian asked, Senior, do you know the opponent's location? The Demon Lord said, I do, but do you really need me to tell you? Yi Xian was silent. He naturally knew what the Demon Lord meant. If he needed the Demon Lord's help for everything, he would become more and more dependent on the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, It's not good for me to expose myself now. Otherwise it won't be good for you. Yi Xian asked why. The Demon Lord said, Some special reasons. From now on, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. I hope that when I wake up, you will still be alive. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The Demon Lord was in seclusion again. Actually, he was still a little confused, wondering why the Demon Lord didn't leave the prison pagoda. With the Demon Lord's strength, he could totally leave the prison pagoda. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian continued forward. About 15 minutes later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. The space Dao Law appeared between his brows. The next moment, the space around him trembled violently. An instant later, Yi Xian slashed to the right. A ray of sword light tore through space. 1,000 feet away, a figure suddenly appeared. As Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the figure retreated rapidly. Yi Xian looked coldly at the figure. From the figure, it should be a woman. A female assassin. However, the other party was dressed in black and wore a conical bamboo hat, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Yi Xian sized up the female assassin. Black Yellow Great World? The woman didn't say anything and quietly disappeared. The moment the woman disappeared, Yi Xian also disappeared. In terms of concealment techniques, Yi Xian would not lose to anyone. Yi Xian didn't bother with the assassin. Right now, his top priority was to return to the Chaos Verse as quickly as possible. The Chaos Verse. The battle in the starry sky of the Chaos Verse was extremely intense. Although the expeditionary army from the Xianhuang Great World had been suppressed by the geniuses and experts of the Divine Kingdom, they were still extremely powerful. The experts of the Chaos Verse wouldn't be able to wipe them out in a short period of time. Moreover, there were also some particularly outstanding experts in the expeditionary army. Fight. The battle between the two sides had reached its climax. In the air, Fang Yi coldly looked down. Not far in front of him were Mu Nanji and Zhou Yafu, as well as the Divine Kingdom's Yin Dao and other super experts. In a one-on-one fight, there was no one in the entire Chaos Verse who was a match for Fang Yi. In the distance, Yin Dao, who was next to Shangguan Xianer, suddenly said, "Let them fight." Shangguan Xianer shook her head. "These people aren't worthy of them fighting." Yin Dao nodded. At this moment, Fang Yi suddenly disappeared. Yin Dao drew his sword and slashed. Mu Nanji and the others also attacked together. Rumble. In the starry sky, an explosion suddenly sounded, and an instant later, Fang Yi returned to his original position. At this moment, Fang Ye's face was quite gloomy. Although he was stronger than the people of the Chaos Verse, he couldn't do anything to these people in front of him if they joined forces. After a while, Fang Yi turned and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He frowned slightly. The reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Did something happen? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside Fang Yi. The old man said in a low voice, "There's an accident." Fang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Shangguan Xian'er and the others. "I underestimated you." Haha. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the side. Fang Yi turned and looked. Not far from him, the space suddenly cracked, and then a middle-aged man walked out. Seeing this middle-aged man, Fang Ye's face darkened. The commander of the Northern Army, Xiao Biewu. Xiao Biewu looked at Fang Yi and said with a smile, "Brother Fang, it seems you can't handle it." Fang Ye's face was expressionless. "Xiao Biewu, I heard that 100 people of your Northern Army were wiped out?" Xiao Biewu's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're quite well informed," Fang Yi said with a smile. "Whether it's on my side or on your side, there's no way to devour this chaos verse. Cooperation?" Xiao Biewu said with a smile. "Sure, but my goal is Yi Xian and Divine Martial City." Fang Yi stared at Xiao Biewu. "You want to take that treasure for yourself?" Xiao Biewu said with a smile. "Brother Fang, the mission of your expeditionary army is to conquer the universe. That treasure is not part of your mission. Of course, if you want it, it's not impossible. But it's a bit too late to discuss this now. Once we get it, we can discuss its ownership. How about it?" Fang Yi was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Sure." Xiao Biewu laughed, and then said, "You hold them back." As he spoke, he looked down at Enlanxiu. "This person should be Yi Xian's confidant. I'm very curious if Yi Xian will choose that treasure or his confidant when he returns." Nearby, Shangguan Xian'er suddenly said, "Your Excellency, it's best not to touch his family." Xiao Biewu looked at Shangguan Xian'er. "Why?" Shangguan Xian'er looked straight at Xiao Biewu. "Our city lord Yi is usually carefree and likes to swindle people. He looks harmless, but he'll be very angry if anyone touches his family." "Angry?" Xiao Biewu said with a smile. "I like to see my enemies angry. The angrier they are, the happier I am." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Down below, the expression of Enlanxiu, who was fighting someone, suddenly changed. She swiftly raised her head and stabbed out with her spear. Rumble! Enlanxiu instantly retreated a few hundred meters in a single stab. Xiao Biewu sized up Enlanxiu and said softly, "Your strength isn't bad." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. Rumble! The space in the surroundings trembled violently like an earthquake was occurring. And it was extremely shocking. Shangguan Xian'er's expression changed when she saw this scene. Help her! Enlanxiu was extremely monstrous, but she was absolutely unable to go against Xiao Biewu. After all, Xiao Biewu was an expert above the God-rank realm. Mu Nanji and the others were about to attack, but Fang Yi forcefully stopped them. In the distance, bang! Along with an explosion, Enlanxiu was blasted, flying once more. As soon as she stopped, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Enlanxiu's mouth. Enlanxiu wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. In the next moment, she suddenly charged forward swiftly and stabbed her spear forward. This spear strike was like a thunderclap that flashed by. A wisp of disdain suffused the corners of Xiao Biewu's mouth as he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! This strike forcefully stopped Enlanxiu's spear strike. At the same time, he suddenly appeared in front of Enlanxiu, and then he smashed his fist towards her face. Enlanxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she flashed forward and smashed her fist forward. She couldn't retreat at all. Once she did, then the situation she was in would become even worse. Moreover, Xiao Biewu's speed far surpassed her, so she couldn't retreat as well. In next to no time, Enlanxiu's fist smashed onto Xiao Biewu's fist. Bang! Enlanxiu was instantly blasted, flying. At the same time, her entire right arm was blasted into pieces. After Enlanxiu stopped moving, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Xiao Biewu gazed at Enlanxiu and said with a smile, "Needless to say, I like this feeling. The feeling of the strong bullying the weak. Do you know why? Because in this way, I can control the lives of others at will. As he spoke, he glanced at the members of Divine Martial City and said, I'll annihilate everyone related to Yi Xian in this world. And then I'll hang your heads in the starry sky. I really want to see his furious appearance. When he spoke up to hear, he suddenly turned around to look at Enlancio and smiled. The heavens are benevolent, so I can let you live. However, you have to pay a price. Do you understand what I mean? Enlancio wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth with her left hand, and then she slowly clenched it. Meanwhile, Xiaobiawu said, You're his lover. If you betray him and get involved with another man in front of him, then don't you think he would be furious? Ha ha ha. Enlancio looked Xiaobiawu in the eyes and said, Did he sleep with your wife? Xiaobiawu's eyes narrowed slightly. Enlancio continued, Otherwise, why do you hate him so much? Xiaobiawu gazed at Enlancio and smiled. I like women who are stubborn the most. Because only in this way can it feel good to subdue them. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. In the distance, Enlancio suddenly clenched her left hand tightly, and then she smashed her fist forward. Rumble. The space in the surroundings trembled violently, and then Enlancio was blasted flying once more. This time her left hand had warped and warped. The gap in their cultivations was too huge. Enlancio raised her head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, while traces of ripples arose in her eyes. She seemed to be recalling the past. All those years ago in Pine City. They'd met at the beginning of that year. The white-clothed woman, the young and inexperienced young man. Did she like him? She didn't know. All she knew was that she had a good impression of him when they first met. Even though she didn't know when he'd gradually become shameless, but he hadn't been like this all those years ago. At that time, perhaps it was because his younger sister was ill, but he'd lived a very oppressive life. Later on, when his younger sister recovered from her illness, his skin grew thicker and thicker, and it was impossible to stop. Fortunately, his heart had never changed. He was still that young man, but his skin was much thicker than it was in the past. Thinking back to that time in the martial courtyard, when he confessed to her, Enlancio slowly closed her eyes. It was enough. Getting to know each other, and getting to know each other was enough. When she thought up to here, the profound energy within Enlancio's body started to surge. In the distance, Xiaobiawu walked towards Enlancio while a wisp of a smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Want to commit suicide? You might not get what you want. I'll subdue you. Ha ha. As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, a wave of savage laughter suddenly resounded from afar. Subdue my woman? Who the fuck do you think you are? Xiaobiawu stopped and turned around to look. Everyone present also looked towards the starry sky. In that starry sky, a swordsman man was rushing towards them like a madman. At the same time, the swordsman man's voice resounded through the starry sky like thunder. 1. Sword. Infinite. P.S. Thank you, Brother Air Day, for becoming the Alliance Master. Pleasantly surprised. I've been too busy lately, so I haven't been reading the book review section. Sorry. As for the issue of updating, once I'm done with my work for the next few days, I'll do it again. You all know that I've never let you down. Finally, I'd like to thank all the readers who gave me gifts and votes, as well as the readers who subscribed. After the update, I'll send out a red packet of 20,000 cross-rank coins. Only the readers who subscribe to this book will be able to receive it. Everyone, remember to receive it. It's just a small token of my appreciation, so please accept it. After you receive it, everyone make an appearance. Don't type. This is making an appearance. One shouldn't be too shameless. Chapter 662. As soon as the final word was spoken, OM, a sword howl suddenly shot into the sky. At this moment, practically the entire chaotic universe could hear this sword howl. Not only that, but as soon as this sword hum rang out, all of the swords in the entire chaosverse began to tremble violently, resonating with it. A ray of light flashed through the starry sky like a shooting star. The expressions of everyone in the starry sky changed when they saw it. It should be described as terror. All the experts present revealed expressions of terror. This sword strike made all of them feel the aura of death. It was especially so for Xiao Biawu. He could smell the scent of death the moment he saw the sword light. Death. At this moment his face was pale as a sheet, because a voice in the depths of his heart was telling him that he would definitely die. However, he didn't just stand there and wait for death. He roared furiously, circulated all the profound energy within his body, and executed his strongest attack. However, his strongest attack seemed so insignificant in the face of the sword light. Moreover, his energy vanished without a trace when it was still 3 kilometers away from the ray of light. That attack! It disregarded everything. An instant later, Xiao Biawu's figure stiffened on the spot, and then he started to vanish bit by bit. Meanwhile, a young swordsman appeared in front of him. It was Yi Xian. Xiao Biawu gazed at Yi Xian with a bewildered expression. What sword technique was that? It was... He hadn't even finished speaking when he vanished without a trace. He didn't just vanish. His soul, karma, fate, and everything else had vanished as well. Simply speaking, he'd been completely obliterated by that attack. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. A single attack. That attack had instantly annihilated Xiao Biawu, who was at the God rank realm. Yi Xian paid no attention to them. He turned around and walked over to Enlancio. Enlancio had stopped detonating herself. Yi Xian's face gradually warped when he saw Enlancio's state, and the executing heaven sword in his hand started to tremble violently. Enlancio spoke softly. I'm fine. Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Bang! A ray of red light shot into the sky from within him. Bloodline activation. Almost instantly, Yi Xian's hair turned blood red. Yi Xian looked at Fang Yi and said savagely, "One. Sword." Fang Ye's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he immediately said, "Retreat." With that, he turned around and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly rushed out. Buzz. A blood-red ray of light flashed through the battlefield. Kill. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly roared. His voice was like that of a wild beast. Yi Xian charged directly into the midst of the expeditionary army. Streaks of blood-red sword light swept out in all directions like a dense rainstorm. Everywhere it passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. At the end of the starry sky, Fang Yi suddenly stopped and turned to look at where Yi Xian was. At this moment, Yi Xian was madly chasing after his expeditionary army. The expeditionary army's speed was not as fast as Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian's sword was too sharp, and a bloody head would fall with every slash. Fang Yi was about to attack when an old man beside him suddenly said, "General, you can't die. You have to think about the bigger picture." Fang Yi stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. The old man said solemnly, "General, this person cannot be defeated. Please think about the bigger picture." Fang Yi looked at Yi Xian, who was killing madly in the distance. "Yi Xian, my black-yellow great world will remember you." In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Yi with a ferocious expression. "Please kill me." Fang Yi glanced coldly at Yi Xian, then turned around and left. Behind him, miserable screams rang out incessantly. A massacre. After the activation of his bloodline, Yi Xian's combat strength could be said to have increased by several levels. In addition, he held the executing heaven sword in his hand. Therefore, wherever he passed, almost no one could stop him. In addition, the experts of God Nation were also attacking. Therefore, in a short while the expeditionary army was completely wiped out. All of them were beheaded. However, Fang Yi and the few people in the lead had already escaped. In the starry sky, Yi Xian stood quietly. Around him, an extremely powerful aura constantly shook the surroundings. Bloodline power. Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and his right hand tightly grasped the sword in his hand, which was trembling. Suppress. He was suppressing the bloodline power in his body. In fact, after the bloodline power was activated, he had never completely released its power. He did not dare to release it completely, because he knew that if he continued to release it, he might lose himself. The power of this bloodline was simply too terrifying. About half an hour later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this time, he had already returned to normal. After recovering, Yi Xian turned around and walked in front of Enlancio. He opened his right hand, and a white jade bottle appeared in front of Enlancio. Enlancio did not refuse. She opened the jade bottle and swallowed 2 thumb-sized medicinal pills. As soon as the medicinal pills entered her body, the injuries on Enlancio's body began to recover at an extremely fast speed. A hint of surprise flashed in Enlancio's eyes. She looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also a little shocked in his heart. He did not expect the effect of this medicinal pill to be so good. This was a good thing. At this time, Shangguan and the others came to Yi Xian's side. Shangguan bowed slightly to Yi Xian. City Lord Yi, where is His Majesty? At this time, when God Nation and others looked at Yi Xian, there was a trace of respect in their eyes compared to before. Yi Xian glanced around. Little Seven hasn't returned yet? Shangguan face sank. Isn't His Majesty with you? Yi Xian looked towards the depths of the starry sky. He fell silent for a moment before he said, "Something is slightly unusual. I'll go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Shangguan and the other experts hurriedly followed after him. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived at the place where he and Little Seven had parted ways. At this moment, the space here had turned pitch black. The space within a radius of 1,000,000 zhang had been destroyed. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw the scene. Did something happen to Little Seven? The faces of the Divine Nation experts who had come with Yi Xian also darkened. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Little Seven's sword. Yi Xian grabbed Little Seven's sword, and the sword trembled slightly as if it was saying something. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Xiaoling, or what is it saying?" Xiaoling appeared by Yi Xian's side, and she glanced at the sword. After a moment, she looked at Yi Xian. It said that the little girl wants you to temporarily take over the position of emperor. Temporarily take over the position of emperor. The experts of the Divine Kingdom were stunned when they heard this. Temporarily take over the position of emperor? Meanwhile, Shangguan grabbed Little Seven's sword. Where is His Majesty? The sword trembled slightly. Shangguan turned to look at Xiaoling and Xiaoling blinked and said, "Something happened." Shangguan asked again, "What happened?" The sword swayed left and right. Xiaoling said, "It doesn't know, but something happened. Because that big sister threw it out." Shangguan face instantly turned pale like a sheet of paper. Obviously, Little Seven had definitely encountered something, and that was why it had thrown the sword out. What exactly was it? Xianhuang Great World? After a moment of silence, Shangguan turned and shouted, "Let the entire Tianji sect follow His Majesty's path." Yes. An expert of the Divine Kingdom left quietly. At the scene, the experts of the Divine Kingdom had ugly expressions. Little Seven. She was the backbone of the Divine Kingdom. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed. "Senior, are you there?" The Demon Lord did not respond. Obviously, the Demon Lord was already in closed-door cultivation. Yi Xian's face sank, and he looked into the distance, his eyes filled with confusion. With Little Seven's strength, ordinary people would not be able to do anything to her. What exactly had happened to her? At this moment, a white-robed elder came to Shangguan side. This person was Tianji sect's sect head. Shangguan looked at Tianji sect's sect head. "How is it?" Tianji sect's sect head shook his head. "There's no news." Shangguan frowned. "What do you mean?" Tianji sect's sect head said solemnly. "There are 3 possibilities. First, His Majesty is too far away from here, and we can't sense him. Second, His Majesty is being forcefully concealed. Third, His Majesty has fallen." Shangguan suddenly shouted, "How could he have fallen?" Tianji sect's sect head sighed and did not speak. At this moment, Little Seven's sword suddenly trembled, and a golden seal floated out of the sword. This seal floated in front of Yi Xian. God Lord Seal. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Divine Kingdom were silent. Obviously, Little Seven wanted Yi Xian to temporarily take over the position of God Nation King. The experts of the divine kingdom were silent. Yi Xian suddenly turned and left. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in dismay. After Yi Xian left, he came to a starry sky. The next moment, the space Dao law between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. 100 feet to his right, a shadow floated. This person was the female assassin that had tried to assassinate him earlier. The female assassin wore a bamboo hat, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. In her left hand, she held a sword that looked like a fishbone. Yi Xian looked at the female assassin. Did you do it for her to disappear? The female assassin fell silent for a moment, and then she said, Why didn't you die after taking a strike from my sword? Yi Xian looked at her. I'll answer one question, and you answer one of mine. The female assassin nodded. All right. Yi Xian said, A special cultivation technique. The female assassin asked, What cultivation technique? Yi Xian said, That's the second question. The female assassin fell silent. Yi Xian asked, Did you do it for her to disappear? The female assassin shook her head. No. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Then who was it? The female assassin said, That's the second question. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Ask. The female assassin asked, You can swallow all swords? Yi Xian nodded. The female assassin asked again, What was that sword technique you executed earlier? Yi Xian said, Boundless sword, an unparalleled martial technique of the fifth dimension. The female assassin fell silent for a moment, and then she said, Don't think about saving her. She's been targeted by those people. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who? The female assassin fell silent. Yi Xian asked, You can't tell me? The female assassin fell silent for a long time, and then she said, I dare not. Chapter 663. He didn't dare say it. Yi Xian's face darkened. What faction was targeting Little Seven? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked at the female assassin. Why did you come to kill me? The female assassin didn't answer. She quietly disappeared. Yi Xian sensed the surrounding space, and found that she had completely disappeared. Gone. Yi Xian frowned. Who was targeting Little Seven? Also, who sent this female assassin? He had so many questions. At this moment, Shangguanxian suddenly walked over. Yi Xian looked at Shangguanxian. She said softly, You are now the temporary ruler of the theocracy. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not suitable. With that, he turned and left. Ruler of the theocracy? He really wasn't interested. Moreover, the people of the theocracy wouldn't like him to be the divine lord. At this moment, Shangguanxian stood in front of Yi Xian. She looked straight at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, are you friends with His Majesty? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, Shangguanxian said solemnly. Young Master Yi, if you don't become the divine lord, there will likely be internal strife in the theocracy. Yi Xian frowned. Internal strife? Shangguanxian nodded. The theocracy seems very united, but there are some internal conflicts. Previously, with His Majesty suppressing them, no one dared to pick on them. But now that His Majesty is missing, if no one suppresses them, the theocracy will likely fall apart. Moreover, with the enemy before us, if there is no leader, won't the chaos verse be bullied by the people of the Xuanhuan Great World? Yi Xian fell silent. Shangguanxian said, His Majesty personally chose you because he believes that you can lead the chaos verse well. Moreover, young Master Yi, your current strength is enough to convince the masses. You are the best candidate. At this point, she looked at Yi Xian. Your Imperial Majesty, I'm sure you don't want to see your divine kingdom descend into chaos, and you don't want to see our chaos verse be devoured by the Xianhuang Great World. Yi Xian said softly, Miss Shangguan, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that I'm not suitable to be the ruler of divine nations. Moreover, if I become the ruler, there will definitely be many people in your divine nations who won't accept it. I don't want any unpleasant things to happen. Shangguanxian said solemnly. There is no one more suitable than you. Yi Xian said, Your god nation has many talents and, Shangguanxian looked straight at Yi Xian. His Majesty chose you. You are justified. If someone else were to take the position, there would really be internal strife. Yi Xian was silent. Shangguan Xianer continued. You are His Majesty's friend. Moreover, if you become a divine master, you will definitely continue to search for His Majesty. But if someone else becomes a divine master, that might not be the case. Friends. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and then nodded. Okay. Hearing this, Shangguan Xianer relaxed. Young Master Yi, come with me to the Order City now. I'll give you a proper name now. Before His Majesty returns. You are the divine master of my divine nations and have all the rights. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Soon Yi Xian, Shangguan Xianer, and the others returned to the Order City. Inside the temple, Yi Xian sat on the seat that Xiaoqi once sat on. Below him were the experts of divine nations. Many familiar faces. Yi Xian stood up. He glanced at the people in the temple. I'm a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Xiaoqi is missing, and now I am the ruler of divine nations. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. The temple was very quiet, no one spoke. Yi Xian said, since you're all silent, then I'll take it that you have no objections. Dismissed. After saying that, he got up and prepared to leave. But at this time, an old man suddenly stood up. He looked straight at Yi Xian. I don't think you're suitable to be the ruler of my divine nations. Before Yi Xian could speak, Shangguan Xianer suddenly said, he was appointed by His Majesty. The old man shook his head. My divine nation's rule states that the ruler can only be a person of divine nations, and Lord Yi is not a person of my divine nations. Shangguan Xianer looked straight at the old man. He was appointed by His Majesty. The old man looked straight at Shangguan Xian. You're just a counselor beside His Majesty. You have no right to interrupt. Shangguan Xian was expressionless. Zhang Ge, I respect you very much, but I'll emphasize again, he was appointed by His Majesty, so it's equivalent to His Majesty's decree. Do you understand? Zhang Ge sneered. His Majesty appointed? Isn't that just your one-sided words? Shangguan Xian looked at Zhang Ge. It's not that His Majesty won't come back, Zhang Ge. You have to understand what you're doing now. Hearing this, Zhang Ji's face turned ugly, but he quickly recovered. He looked at the crowd. Everyone, it's not like there's no one in my divine nations. Why do we need an outsider to be our divine lord? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Yan Dao not far away. Kill him. Yan Dao looked at Yi Xian but did not make a move. Yi Xian smiled. Look, you said you'd recognize me as your divine lord, but no one in your divine nations obeyed my orders. This divine lord position is too depressing, it's better not to. With that, he turned and left. But at this time, a cold light suddenly flashed from below. Chi. Zhang Ji's head flew off. Blood splattered. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian looked in front of Zhang Ge. There stood a man in black with a blade. A dark guard. The dark guard bowed slightly to Yi Xian. His Majesty has ordered us to obey City Lord Ye's orders. As soon as the voice rang out, 20 people suddenly appeared in the main hall. All of them were dark guards. The moment these 20 people appeared, the atmosphere instantly turned cold. Dark guards. That was the blade in the hands of the divine nation's divine lord. No one expected that Xiaoqi would hand this blade to Yi Xian. In the hall, Yi Xian looked at Shangguan Xian. Gather all the troops of the divine nation. I want them to be loyal to me. At this time, he understood that only the divine nation's troops were loyal to him. Could he control everything in the divine nation, including suppressing these messy forces? Shangguan Xianer glanced at Yi Xian, and then she pointed with her finger, causing a sword to fly out. In just a moment, the Paladin Order, Xinwu Army and Guard Army all appeared. Yi Xian walked over to the soldiers and took out the Godly Lord seal that Xiaoqi had given him. Xiaoqi gave this to me before he left. He asked me to temporarily assume the position of Divine Nation's ruler, and I need your loyalty. Do any of you have any objections? After a moment of silence, everyone knelt on one knee. Greetings, Divine Lord. Divine Lord. The expressions of everyone in the hall instantly fell when they saw this scene. It could be said that the outcome had been decided. Now, not only did Yi Xian control the Dark Guards, but he also controlled the Paladin Order, Guard Army, and Xinwu Army. It could be said that Yi Xian controlled around 70% of the divine nation's troops, and anyone who resisted now would undoubtedly be going head-on against Yi Xian. Moreover, Yan Dao, Xiangqing, and the others were obviously on Yi Xian's side. At this time, Yi Xian walked into the hall and glanced at everyone. Now that our chaotic universe is facing a great enemy, the black-yellow great world, I do not wish for internal strife at this time. Moreover, Xiaoqi's whereabouts are unknown. Our priority now is to find her and discuss how to resist the black-yellow great world. So if anyone wants to cause internal strife at this time, I will not be lenient. Internal strife. He was very clear about one thing. In front of a great enemy, there must be no internal strife. With that, Yi Xian turned and left. In the hall, everyone looked at each other. At this time, the divine image suddenly said, "City Lord Yi is right. Our priority now is to find His Majesty and resist the black-yellow great world. Before that, no one is allowed to cause trouble." With that, he turned and left. In the hall, everyone retreated. Yi Xian brought Shangguanxian, to the Celestial Arcanum sect. This was because the Celestial Arcanum sect was the largest intelligence organization in the divine nation. Yi Xian found the Celestial Arcanum sect's sect leader. "Any news about Xiaoqi?" The Celestial Arcanum sect's sect leader shook his head. "We have used all our strength and also sought help from some mysterious organizations in other universes, but we still have not received any reply." With that, he paused. "If even we can't find anything, I'm afraid those people won't be able to find anything either." Yi Xian thought about it, then waved his right hand, and an image appeared in front of the Celestial Arcanum sect's sect leader. It was a portrait of that female assassin. The Celestial Arcanum sect's sect leader frowned. "This is?" Yi Xian said, "An assassin. She seems to know something about Dao Yi. You can check her background." The Celestial Arcanum sect's sect leader nodded slightly. "I will check it myself." Yi Xian said again. "Get your men to pay close attention to the movements of the black-yellow great world." The Celestial Arcanum sect's sect leader glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. "We will do that. Once there is any movement, we will inform you immediately." Yi Xian nodded, then turned and left with Shangguanxian. On the way, Yi Xian asked, "What's the trump card of the God Nation?" Shangguanxian went silent. Yi Xian asked, "You can't say." Shangguanxian shook her head. "Our trump card now is the Dao Execution Army, and some things left behind by the previous God Lord of the God Nation, like the split soul." Yi Xian asked again, "Anything else?" Shangguanxian said, "There's also a big array, called the Dao Execution Array, which was left behind by God Lord Wu Anning. It's considered one of the trump cards of the God Nation." Yi Xian asked, "Where is the Dao Execution Army?" Shangguanxian shook her head. "You can't command them." Yi Xian looked at Shangguanxian. The latter said solemnly. "You can't for now. These people only obey the orders of the God Lord. Although you have the God Nation's God Seal, you haven't accepted His Majesty's inheritance, so you are not considered a true God Lord." Yi Xian went silent. Shangguanxian said again, "Don't think too much. This army only listens to the orders of the God Lord, and only the previous God Lords know how to mobilize them. I can contact them, but that's also because His Majesty authorized me before, and His Majesty didn't authorize me to command them, so without His Majesty's special order, I can't mobilize them." Yi Xian asked, "How strong are they?" Shangguanxian looked at Yi Xian. "Very strong. There are many experts above the God realm." Above the God realm? Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment he suddenly looked up at the starry sky. There an old man quietly appeared. In the Order City, countless experts looked at this old man. The old man looked around and finally, he directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. "This old man comes from the black-yellow great world's northern region. I'm here to give you a big fortune." "Big fortune?" Yi Xian looked at the old man. "What fortune?" The old man smiled slightly. "The king of the northern region wants to adopt you as his son. This is a great fortune for you." Yi Xian. P.S. Today I won calculated with my fingers 10 million monthly votes. Chapter 664. Adopt him as a son? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Shangguan Xian had a strange expression on her face. Adopt Yi Xian as a son? Was he trying to persuade Yi Xian to surrender? In front of Yi Xian, the old man smiled slightly. Don't think that he's looking down on you. On the contrary, the Northern Region King thinks highly of you. That's why he wants to adopt you. You probably don't know what it means to be the Northern Region King's adopted son. As he spoke, he walked not far from Yi Xian and said, as the Northern Region King's adopted son, in the northern territory of the Black-Yellow Great World, not only will you have a noble status, but you will also have real power. It can be said that you are truly second only to the Northern Region King. Not only that, as long as you become the Northern Region King's adopted son, you will have wealth and peerless beauties at your fingertips. Yi Xian said seriously. Do I look like a greedy person? The old man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. Isn't it normal for young people to be greedy for money? In my Black-Yellow Great World there are many beauties. As long as you become the Northern Region King's adopted son, you will have countless peerless beauties at your disposal. Shangguan Xian looked at Yi Xian, her expression becoming more and more strange. Yi Xian's expression also became somewhat ugly. He admitted that he was greedy for money. After all, he was once a poor person. But the problem was, how could he describe this greed? Was he greedy? He was very pure. At this time, the old man said again, Yi Xian, I have to say that the strength of your chaotic universe is indeed not bad. However, if you had seen my Black-Yellow Great World, you would not have any thoughts of resisting. And now, the Northern Region King has taken a liking to you and wants to adopt you as his son. This is a great blessing for you. You must cherish this opportunity. Yi Xian looked at the old man and said with a smile, if my guess is correct, in return, I should offer you that fifth-dimensional treasure. Not only that, but I should also offer you the entire chaotic universe, right? The elder looked at Yi Xian. You are a smart person. Yi Xian patted his thigh and smiled. I don't have the habit of kneeling. The old man looked at Yi Xian. After a moment he smiled. I understand. With that he turned around and left. Before long, the old man disappeared into the boundless horizon. In the same place, Yi Xian said softly, looks like they're serious. Shangguan Xian nodded. She looked at Yi Xian. We are far weaker than the forces of the Xianhuang realm, but they won't send all their experts to the chaos verse. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, what do you plan to do? Plan? Yi Xian said softly. What else can we do? We can't just surrender, right? Given the way the Xianhuang Great World operated, even if the chaos verse surrendered, it wouldn't meet a good end. Shangguan Xian nodded. I know a lot of things about the Divine Kingdom. If you need anything, you can come to me. Yi Xian nodded. Help me find 2 people. Shangguan Xian asked, who? Yi Xian waved his right hand and 2 portraits appeared in front of Shangguan Xian. Shangguan Xian took a look and nodded, sure. Yi Xian hesitated and said, there's one more person. With that, he waved his right hand and a portrait appeared in front of Shangguan Xian. Shangguan Xian took a look and nodded. Understood. With that, she left quietly. After Shangguan Xian left, Yi Xian returned to the Shenwu city. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Shenwu city, Yi Xian was stunned. There was a woman standing at the gate. He knew this person. It was Zhao Mu, who had disappeared for a long time. And now, Zhao Mu had also reached the Emperor realm. Zhao Mu looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian walked in front of Zhao Mu and smiled. Miss Zhao, long time no see. I missed you. Zhao Mu suddenly punched the ground. Boom. The ground exploded. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. What was the meaning of this? Zhao Mu took a look at Yi Xian and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he followed her. Soon, Yi Xian followed Zhao Mu to the peak of a mountain. In front of a wooden house, he saw the Southern Sect Martial Master. But at this moment, the Southern Sect Martial Master's face was not good. Yi Xian frowned. Senior Yu? The Southern Sect Martial Master smiled. Little friend Yi, long time no see. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior Yu? The Southern Sect Martial Master said softly, My time is up. My time is up, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What do you mean? The Southern Sect Martial Master smiled. Failed to reach the God realm. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, How is that possible? Senior? The Southern Sect Martial Master said softly. To reach the God realm, I need too much Tendo Source. I thought I didn't need this Tendo Source, but, saying this, the smile on his face became bitter. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. This time, I asked you to come because I have a favor to ask of you. Xiaomu, that last she couldn't speak for some reason since she was young. Plus, she rarely goes out. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, please wait. Saying this, he took out a white jade bottle and handed it to the Southern Sect Martial Master. This bottle of medicine is for healing. Please take it first. The Southern Sect Martial Master shook his head. No. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Senior, try it first. The Southern Sect warrior glanced at Yi Xian, then took the white jade bottle. He took a look at the white jade bottle, then swallowed an elixir. Soon, a wave of pure energy emanated from his body. The Southern Sect Martial Master's eyes flashed with shock. He looked at Yi Xian. This is? Yi Xian said with a smile. I robbed it from the black-yellow great world. Saying this, he flicked his finger, and a thumb-sized pill landed in front of the Southern Sect Martial Master. This pill seems to be called a divine pill, specially used to reach the Emperor realm. Senior, you can try it. The Southern Sect Martial Master hesitated, then shook his head. Too precious. Saying this, he returned the Emperor pill to Yi Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile. Senior, back at the Great Wall, only you spoke for me. I have always remembered this favor. As for this pill, it is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it, Senior. The Southern Sect Martial Master looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. A moment later, the Southern Sect Martial Master swallowed the Emperor pill and began to break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Xian and Xiaomu stood guard on the other side. Yi Xian looked at Xiaomu, then waved his right hand, and dozens of Dao realm treasures landed in front of Xiaomu. Xiaomu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile. Choose one. Xiaomu shook his head. Yi Xian said. Choose one to defend yourself. Dao realm treasures were still very important. In this world, strength wasn't the only thing that mattered. Equipment was also important. Xiaomu still didn't choose. Yi Xian chose one and handed it to Xiaomu. Then he took out 3 white jade bottles and a storage ring and handed them to Xiaomu. Among these 3 white jade bottles, some are for healing, and some are for stabilizing your level. They are all suitable for you. There are 100 million divine crystals in this storage ring. Use them first. If it's not enough, come find me. Finished speaking, he put down the white jade bottles and storage ring, then turned and left. Behind Yi Xian, Xiaomu looked at the white jade bottles and storage ring for a long time, not saying a word. After Yi Xian returned to Shenwu City, he found Enlancio. Her injuries were almost healed. Inside the room, Enlancio looked at Yi Xian. They will come again, right? Yi Xian nodded. Enlancio said, What plan? Yi Xian said with a smile. What else can we do? We can only fight them. Enlancio said, There is a great disparity in strength. Yi Xian said, There is no other way. The black-yellow great world is too strong. Even if we surrender, we won't have a good ending. We can only fight. Enlancio nodded. As if thinking of something, she asked, What about Little Seven? Little Seven? Yi Xian's face gradually sank. There might be other forces in the dark. At this point, he looked at Enlancio. I'll call for help too. Call for help. Enlancio looked at Yi Xian. Who? Yi Xian said with a smile. You'll know when the time comes. After chatting with Enlancio for a while, Yi Xian returned to the Order City. In the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him were 5 Dao Realm swords. His greatest trump cards were the World Prison Pagoda and the Infinite Sword. The lethality of the Infinite Sword was too strong. It could directly disregard any realm. Moreover, after killing someone, he could automatically enter the realm of emptiness. Simply put, his sword technique was suitable for assassination and escape. His greatest weakness now was that his realm wasn't enough. He had to increase his realm. Yi Xian picked up a Dao realm sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Absorb. Yi Xian's entire face revealed an intoxicated expression. It was too comfortable. The energy of this Dao realm sword was much purer than the Fate realm sword. These 5 Dao realm swords could completely increase his realm by another level. While Yi Xian was cultivating, more and more experts returned to the God Nation. These were all summoned back by Little Seven in the name of the God Master. One must know that there were many experts in the God race, many of whom were outside, and now, these experts were rushing back to the God Nation. These experts had a strong sense of belonging to the God Nation. In the vast starry sky, a huge starship slowly flew by. This starship was nearly 10,000 feet long and several thousand feet wide. Above the starship, there was a rock demonic beast. The rock's body was even bigger than the starship. It was simply covering the sky. On the head of the rock stood a middle-aged man. This person was the marshal of the northern region, Lian Xiaotian. He controlled almost 80% of the northern region's army. In the northern region, he was truly below 1 and above tens of thousands. Behind Lian Xiaotian stood 2 old men and a man. This man was Fang Yi. The middle-aged man in the lead said softly, "Is that sword of his really that strong?" Fang Yi nodded slightly, "Very strong." Thinking of Yi Xian's sword back then, he still had lingering fear. That sword, he could not block it at all. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "This is getting interesting." With that said, he looked into the distance and said softly, "I never thought that this chaotic universe would have such hidden talents." Fang Yi bowed slightly. "This subordinate is useless." Lian Xiaotian shook his head. "It was us who underestimated the chaotic universe." With that said, he slowly clenched his right hand. 5th dimensional treasure. "By the way, I heard that there is a swordsman expert behind him?" Fang Yi nodded. "It is said that it is a female swordsman." Lian Xiaotian smiled slightly. "I hope she is not too weak." His words were filled with invincible confidence. Chapter 665. Temple. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, his body exuded a gloomy aura. Yin realm. Above the origin realm was the Yin realm, and above the Yin realm was the supreme realm. After reaching the Yin realm, his divine sense, spiritual force, and spiritual force were suddenly a lot stronger. It could be said that he didn't lack treasures and his body was strong enough, but his realm was weak. Of course, after he started cultivating in adversity, he also gained a lot of benefits. He imagined that when he reached the Emperor realm, his strength would definitely far surpass the Emperor realm experts. Although he could kill Emperor realm experts with his current strength, he still needed some external help. Moreover, because his realm was not high enough, his spiritual force and spiritual force were still a bit weak. Yi Xian stood up, took a deep breath, and walked out of the hall. At the entrance of the hall, Shangguan Xian had been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian looked at Shangguan Xian and she whispered, "Did you break through?" Yi Xian nodded. Shangguan Xian smiled, "Congratulations." Yi Xian smiled. "Is there something?" Shangguan Xian nodded. "We have investigated the female assassin you asked the Celestial Arcanum sect to find." Yi Xian asked who. Shangguan Xian said, "She is from the Black-Yellow Great World, but she is not in the same group as the Northern Region King." Yi Xian frowned. "You mean there are many factions in the Black-Yellow Great World?" Shangguan Xian nodded. "Yes. However, we don't know which factions they are, but our people have already gone to investigate, and we should have news soon. As for the female assassin, she should be from an assassin organization in the Black-Yellow Great World called Heaven Gate." "Heaven Gate?" Yi Xian asked. "It's an assassin organization." Shangguan Xian nodded. "It's a very powerful organization, just like our secret guards. The people in the Elysium are extremely good at assassination. If I'm not wrong, they should have their eyes on you. Not only that, but we also received news that everyone in the Black-Yellow Great World should know that you have a 5th dimensional treasure, so..." At this point, she glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, So there will definitely be many people looking for me in the future, right? Shangguan Xian'er nodded. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Shangguan Xian'er said solemnly, "Aren't you afraid?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I'm a little panicked." At this point, he opened his palm and the World Prism Pagoda appeared in his hand. Looking at the World Prism Pagoda in his hand, Yi Xian said softly, "Brother, because of you, I'm afraid I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. Can you make it up to me?" The Prism Pagoda trembled, as if in response. Meanwhile, Xiaoling suddenly said, "It asked you to take it back, and it'll compensate you. Go back." The corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched. This guy wants to return to the fifth dimension. Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Brother Pagoda, do you have any helpers you can call? For example, powerhouses from the fifth dimension, you can call 2 of them." The World Prism Pagoda suddenly jumped with excitement. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Xiaoling, what is it saying?" Xiaoling said, "It wants you to call the sister in the plain dress." The woman in the plain dress. Yi Xian's expression froze. This guy is actually thinking of the woman in the plain dress. Not to mention, he really missed the woman in the plain dress a little. He had made an agreement with the other party to meet again in the clouds. And now, he didn't know how the other party was. Yi Xian put away Xiao Ta, then looked at Shangguan Xian, regarding the mysterious yellow great world, what is the attitude of the forces in Scandinavia? Shangguan Xian said in a low voice, "What do you want to say?" Yi Xian said, "You know what I mean." Shangguan Xian said, "Don't worry, they will not have any disloyalty, at least before we die, they will not have any disloyalty." Yi Xian nodded. "Then that's good." At this moment, a black-clothed man suddenly appeared behind Shangguan Xian. The black-clothed man bowed slightly. "Shangguan Kingdom Scholar, they are here." "They are here." Shangguan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "So fast." The black-clothed man nodded slightly. "They will arrive in our chaotic universe tomorrow." Shangguan Xian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian asked, "How many of them are here?" The black-clothed man said in a low voice, "Less than 100, I don't know if there are any hidden ones." "Only 100. Yi Xian and Shangguan Xian were silent. Needless to say, these 100 people are definitely not ordinary people. At this time, Shangguan Xian said, "Give the order." Yi Xian smiled. "Go wait for them outside the chaotic universe." Shangguan Xian looked at Yi Xian. "Okay." She understood Yi Xian's meaning. Yi Xian clearly did not want the battlefield to be in the chaotic universe. The chaotic universe could not withstand such a battle between super powerhouses. Yi Xian said, "Gather everyone." Shangguan Xian opened her palm. A command sword flew out, and a moment later, a golden dragon suddenly flew over from the horizon. Yi Xian and Shangguan Xian came to the golden dragon's back. At this time, several figures appeared in front of Yi Xian. The people who came were Zhou Yafu, Mu Nanji, and the Scandinavian powerhouses. These Scandinavian powerhouses were the strongest group of people in the Scandinavian kingdom. Among them, Yin Dao, Zheng Guandao, and the Scandinavian kingdom martial masters were here. In addition, several Starcloud warships also appeared in the sky. These were the most elite soldiers of the Scandinavian kingdom. This time, it could be said that the elites were all here. Yi Xian looked at Mu Nanji and Zhou Yafu. "You can leave." Mu Nanji smiled. "We were born in the chaotic universe. Now that the chaotic universe is facing an apocalypse, how can we just stand by and watch?" Zhou Yafu nodded. "If the people of the Xuanhuan Great World come to our chaotic universe, this world will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yi Xian's heart was filled with complex emotions. Someone had once told him that many times, the more powerful a person was, the more selfish they were. Reality proved that there were no absolutes in this world. At this time, Tendo appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. She glanced at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian looked at the distant Scandinavian soldiers. "Do you know what this trip means?" All of the Scandinavian soldiers looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "On this trip, either they die, or we die. We have no path of retreat, and we cannot retreat. We will not rest until we die." We will not rest until we die. The Scandinavian soldiers roared in unison. Imposing manner. Yi Xian smiled. He had to admit that these Scandinavian soldiers were really not bad. They were very courageous. And now, they were about to welcome the strongest enemy of their lives. An expert from the Xuanhuan Great World. Yi Xian gathered his thoughts and lightly stomped his right foot. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden dragon beneath his feet suddenly let out a roar, and was about to fly off. But at this moment, a man and two women suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were in Lanxiu, Lian Wanli, and Mo Xia. Yi Xian smiled. I was going to inform you, Lian Wanli said indifferently. Is that so? Yi Xian was about to speak when another woman appeared in front of him. It was Zhao Mu. And not far behind Zhao Mu was the Southern Sect Martial Master. The Southern Sect Martial Master looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I will naturally do my part. Yi Xian said with a smile. Let's go. As soon as he spoke, the golden dragon soared into the sky. And before long, it vanished at the end of the distant starry sky. The elites of the entire chaotic universe were dispatched. In the depths of the starry sky, Yi Xian stood silently on the golden dragon's head with Shangguan Xian, by his side. At this moment, a black-clothed man appeared beside Yi Xian. The black-clothed man bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Godlord, the person who came this time is the Marshal of the Divine Kingdom's northern region, Lian Xiaotian. His strength is unknown, and the 100 people he brought should be the Northern Territory's 100-man regiment. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The 100-man regiment. The black-clothed man nodded. This regiment is one of the Northern Territory's 3 great legions. There are less than 100 people in this regiment, but they are the elites of the elites. Moreover, they cultivate the same cultivation technique and use the same treasures. People call them the enemy of 100, which means they are invincible against 100 people. Invincible against 100 people. Yi Xian nodded slightly. How strong are these 100 people? The black-clothed man shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian said. How far away are they from us? The black-clothed man said. Half a day's journey. Yi Xian nodded. Scout further. The black-clothed man quietly retreated. On the golden dragon, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Shangguan Xian, glanced at Yi Xian, but did not disturb him. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes, a bitter smile on his lips. Pressure. At this moment, he realized that although the position of Divine Lord had the power to overturn the world, the pressure was also enormous, because behind him were countless soldiers and citizens of the Divine Kingdom. If they were defeated, these people would all die. War was cruel, and the people of the Xianhuang Great World would not be merciful to the chaotic universe. Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. This might be our last battle. The executing heaven sword trembled slightly in response. Yi Xian grinned. Then he took out the prism pagoda. Brother Pagoda, I know that even if I die, you will not die. If I die, will you avenge me in the future? The prism pagoda trembled slightly. Xiaolinger said. It said that if you die, it will go to the Xianhuang Great World and open all the seals. Open all the seals. Yi Xian was stunned, then said. It can open all the seals? After a moment of silence, Xiaolinger said. It's not talking anymore. Yi Xian fell silent. Needless to say, the prison pagoda could definitely open those seals. However, it definitely would not do so, because the imprisoned existences would definitely hold a great grudge against it. In its current state, opening the 8th and 9th floors would most likely be courting death. Yi Xian collected his thoughts, looked at the pagoda in his hand, smiled. In any case, you must remember that if I die, you must avenge me. Haha. The golden dragon sped up. Half a day later, Yi Xian and the others saw Lian Xiaotian, and the others from the Xianhuang Great World. When the rock beneath Lian Xiaotian saw the golden dragon beneath Yi Xian, it immediately became excited, its eyes looking as if it was about to devour someone. But the golden dragon was a little uneasy. Lian Xiaotian looked at Yi Xian. I heard that there is a swordsman in a plain dress behind you. Tell her to come out? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know where she is. Lian Xiaotian thought for a moment, then said, Shinji, find her. As soon as he finished, an old man walked out from behind him. The old man waved his right hand, and a huge altar appeared in front of him. He looked at Yi Xian. Give me one of her items or her portrait, and I will find her for you. Yi Xian. Chapter 666. They were looking for the woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian fell silent. He hadn't expected that these people would actually be looking for the woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian gazed at Lian Xiaotian. Why are you looking for her? Lian Xiaotian grinned. We like to eliminate weeds by the roots. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian instantly came to an understanding. These people didn't just want to kill Yi Xian, they wanted to kill everyone related to Yi Xian as well. But was it easy to kill the woman in a plain dress? Yi Xian suddenly felt like laughing when he thought about killing the woman in a plain dress. He couldn't deny that Lian Xiaotian was very strong. But the problem was that it was the woman in a plain dress. She was an existence that could suppress the entire world prison. After all, the sixth pavilion was so strong, and he was extremely respectful towards the woman in a plain dress. Suddenly Lian Xiaotian said, What? You don't dare to let her come out? Yi Xian gazed at Lian Xiaotian. He thought for a moment, and then he waved his right hand. A portrait appeared not too far away from him. It was the portrait of the woman in a plain dress. Her clothes were pure and untainted by even a speck of dust. Yi Xian gazed at Lian Xiaotian. Go ahead and look for her. He actually hoped that the members of the Yellow World would help him find the woman in a plain dress. It had been so long, and he really missed her. Lian Xiaotian gazed at the old man called Shinji. The old man nodded slightly, and then he waved his right hand. The portrait of the woman fell onto the altar. Shinji said, I need some time. Lian Xiaotian asked, How long exactly? Shinji said, It depends on how far away they are. If they're close, then only a moment. If they're far away, then around 2 hours. Lian Xiaotian nodded. Then we'll wait for now. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian and sized Yi Xian up. Becoming the foster son of our king is the dream of countless people from the Yellow World. Yet you refused. You'll regret it. Yi Xian chuckled. I don't have the habit of acknowledging others as my father. Lian Xiaotian smiled. Perhaps you don't know what sort of fortuitous encounter you've lost. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, You're from the northern region. In other words, there's also the southern region and the eastern region? Lian Xiaotian looked at Yi Xian. Why? Are you interested in our black-yellow great world? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm just a little curious. I'm curious as to why only people from the north have come. Are the others not interested in that supreme treasure, or this chaos verse? Lian Xiaotian chuckled. Of course they're interested, but it's us from the northern region who found you first. Moreover, the spatial stronghold here belongs to us. Without our help, it'll take them at least a month or 2 to get here. Of course, those people must have already set off, but by the time they arrive here, everything should have already ended. At this point he seemed to have thought of something and glanced behind Yi Xian. As far as I know, there's another super genius in God Nation. Why isn't she here? Little Seven. Yi Xian's face darkened. Obviously, Little Seven's disappearance might not have been caused by the people from the northern region. At this moment, Lian Xiaotian suddenly said, Yi Xian, I have a champion under me who uses a sword as well. Why don't you have a spar? As soon as he finished speaking, a young man appeared not far away from Yi Xian. The young man wore black clothes, and there were several cracks on his face. He looked rather ferocious, and he held a long sword in his left hand. A spar. Yi Xian smiled. Before he could speak, Yuan Yi, who was not far away from him, suddenly said, I'll do it. Yuan Yi. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Yi, and the latter said, You're the master god. There's no need for you to fight a small fry. As she spoke, she turned to look at the young man, and was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, I'll do it. Yuan Yi gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I love fighting swordsmen. As he spoke, he gazed at the young man. I'll give you a handicap. Bring it on. A handicap? As soon as these words were spoken, All the others were stunned. Isn't Yi Xian being too careless? The young man gazed at Yi Xian. He didn't speak, but his expression had become slightly ferocious. Meanwhile, Lian Xiaotian spoke abruptly. Adesan City Governor Yi said that he would give you a handicap. Then please provide me with your guidance. The man called a nodded, and then he suddenly vanished. A ray of black light flashed through the battlefield. The sword god. The expressions of the experts from the divine kingdom instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xian didn't dodge at all, nor did he attack. He just allowed Ada's sword to stab into the center of his forehead. The expressions of the experts from the divine kingdom instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. As for Ada, his expression instantly changed violently. In the next moment, Ada's head flew into the air. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. What's going on? Lian Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly while his expression gradually became solemn. Yi Xian looked at Lian Xiaotian in the distance and said with a smile, "Are there any other sword cultivators? Come at me. I'm invincible. I'm invincible." As soon as these words were spoken, the blood of the experts from the divine kingdom instantly boiled. Needless to say, Yi Xian's instant annihilation of Ada had truly boosted their morale. He'd instantly annihilated a sword god. At this moment, all the experts from the divine kingdom gazed at Yi Xian, and their gazes and hearts had started to change. The strong were respected. This world respected the strong. Lian Xiaotian chuckled lightly as he stood before Yi Xian. "I really underestimated you." As soon as he finished speaking, a violet-clothed man who held a spear in his hand suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. The violet-clothed man gazed at Yi Xian. "He didn't lose to you because his strength was inferior to you. It was because of your physique, right?" Yi Xian chuckled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't my physique a part of my strength?" The violet-clothed man gazed at Yi Xian. "I'm not a swordsman. You won't be so lucky." Yi Xian smiled, and then he suddenly vanished in the next moment. A sword howl reverberated through the sky. The violet-clothed man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly vanished in the next moment. His spear moved like a dragon, and its imposing aura surged like a rainbow. The spectators watched as the spear and sword collided in the most forceful manner possible. Bang! The violet-clothed man's spear instantly exploded into pieces, and then a sword pierced through the center of his forehead. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. It was an instant kill again. The expressions of the experts from Skyearth World had become quite unsightly, or perhaps it could be said to be slightly solemn. Yi Xian's strength was a little beyond their expectations. In fact, the experts from God Nation were also a little shocked, because not long ago, Yi Xian did not have any presence at all. But now Yi Xian's strength was a little abnormal. In front of Yi Xian, the violet-clothed man stared at Yi Xian. "Your sword." "Sword." Yi Xian glanced at the executing heaven sword in his hand, and said with a smile, "You want to say that you lost to my sword, not my person, right?" The violet-clothed man said fiercely, "That's how it is." In the instant they exchanged blows just now, Yi Xian's executing heaven sword had directly shattered his spear. In his opinion, he had been suppressed by his equipment. Yi Xian walked in front of the violet-clothed man, and said with a smile, "I just love to see you guys annoyed at me but unable to do anything to me. It's so King comfortable. Haha." The violet-clothed man spat out a mouthful of blood, and died. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the violet-clothed man's storage ring flew into his hand. Then, he looked at Lian Xiaotian not far away, and said with a smile, "Is there anyone else who wants to come out?" Lian Xiaotian's expression was calm, and he looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian laughed heartily. "If there's no one in the younger generation, the older generation can too. It doesn't matter, I don't mind you bullying the weak." Bullying the weak. The experts from the black-yellow great world all had extremely ugly expressions. The younger generation. It was not that there were no super monsters among the younger generation of the black-yellow great world. There were even some in the northern region, but this time none of them came. Moreover, those super monsters might not necessarily be more monstrous than Yi Xian. It had to be said that among the younger generation, even in the black-yellow great world, Yi Xian was definitely the best. On the rock, Lian Xiaotian turned to look at Shinji on the altar not far away. How much longer? Shinji said solemnly. I have already detected some of her aura, at most an hour. An hour. In the distance, Yi Xian fell silent. Could these guys really find the plain-dressed woman? The plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky. He really did miss the plain-dressed woman. This woman who had helped him countless times. He wondered how she was doing now. At that moment, Lian Xiaotian suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, before I came, my king told me that if you are willing to hand over that treasure and submit to the northern region, we can let you go. Moreover, we will only absorb half of the chaotic universe's spiritual energy, leaving the other half for you. In addition, as long as the chaotic universe pays 50 billion divinity crystals to the northern region every year, we will not plunder the chaotic universe's major factions. Hearing Lian Xiaotian's words, the faces of the experts from the Divine Kingdom immediately darkened. Absorb half of the chaotic universe's spiritual energy? Pay 50 billion divinity crystals every year? This was tantamount to slowly carving out the chaotic universe's flesh. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. Needless to say, the intentions of the Profounda world were extraordinarily sinister. If he agreed, then even though the chaotic universe would be safe for now, the chaotic universe would never be able to rise again. Moreover, paying 50 billion divinity crystals every year meant that everyone in the chaotic universe would be working for the northern region. Most importantly, it would be a humiliation. Even if he agreed, the experts from the Divine Kingdom wouldn't agree. Of course he wouldn't agree either. Lian Xiaotian spoke indifferently. If you don't agree, then the chaotic universe will vanish completely from this world. Which is more important? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Actually, I was a little panicked, but now I suddenly don't. Lian Xiaotian gazed at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Because you're looking for her. The plain-dressed woman. Lian Xiaotian smiled. Do you think she can resist us? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Take a guess. Lian Xiaotian was just about to speak when the divine armaments suddenly said, I found her. All of them gazed at the divine armaments. The divine armament raised his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. A woman in a plain dress could be faintly seen within his gaze. The divine armament was slightly excited. I found her. I found her. Follow my Weibo account on Qinghuan Peak. Check the news, let's make some waves. Chapter 667. Everyone here was looking at the old man called Shinji. Shinji's face was slightly pale. Clearly, he'd exhausted quite a bit of his strength. Suddenly, he formed a seal with his hands, and then he pressed it forward lightly. The laws of the world trace. Appear. As soon as he finished speaking, the space before him suddenly trembled violently, and then a scene appeared in front of him. It was a boundless starry sky. The surroundings were deathly silent, and only specks of starlight flickered there. It didn't take long for a woman in a plain dress to appear at the end of his field of vision. She wore a plain dress, had long hair that hung loosely on her shoulders, and the ends of her hair were tied up by a violet ribbon. She was walking towards the distant starry sky. Everyone was looking at the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian was looking at the woman in a plain dress as well, and he instantly became slightly excited when he saw her. It really is her. Within the tower, the 5th level, Ayu Yinjia and Yi Ling were looking at the woman as well. Ayu's gaze had become extremely solemn as he gazed at her. It's her. Yinjia's eyes were extremely solemn as well. She's still in the 4th dimension. The woman in a plain dress. They weren't unfamiliar with her at all, because they'd met her when the tower led them to battle those 3 fellows. The strength of those 3 was simply indescribable with words. Among the 3 of them, apart from the sword cultivator in the white robe, the woman in the plain dress and the man in green could be said to be extremely irritable. Especially the woman in the plain dress. Her temper was very unstable. Meanwhile, Ayu suddenly said, Something bad is about to happen. Yinjia nodded. It is. Yiling was quite curious. Big sister Ayu, is big sister Su Chong very strong? Ayu nodded. Very strong. Yiling blinked. Even stronger than my older brother? Ayu hesitated for a moment and said, You think your older brother is very strong? Yiling nodded. He is. I think that he should be able to fight big sister Su Chong. Ayu said, If it's a competition of shamelessness, then your older brother is absolutely invincible. Thick skin. Yiling covered her mouth and giggled. Big brother's skin is much thicker than before. As she spoke up to hear, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly turned gloomy. Ayu asked softly, What's wrong? Yiling lowered her head slightly. When he was in Qingcheng, he didn't even smile much. At that time, he had a hard time. Ayu gently rubbed Yiling's little head. There must be many people in this world who suffer more than him. Cherish everything you have now, understand? Yiling nodded her little head. I will cultivate well and not burden you in the future. Ayu laughed and said, You're actually very strong, but you don't have any killing intent. You can be kind to your brother and your friends, but you can't be kind to your enemies, understand? Yiling nodded. Understood. Ayu nodded slightly and looked outside the prison pagoda. Outside the pagoda, the image of the woman in the plain dress grew clearer and clearer. At this time, she suddenly stopped and turned around, her eyes narrowed. Looking for me? In the distant starry sky of the chaotic universe, the Shenji stared fixedly at the woman in the plain dress. Do you dare show yourself and fight us? The woman looked coldly in front of her. Fight you? The Shenji laughed coldly. Don't dare? The corners of the woman's mouth curled up into a savage smile. What trash? The Shenji laughed coldly. If we are trash in your eyes, then why don't you show yourself? Fight me? The woman in the plain dress took a look at the divine armament, and finally, her gaze fell on Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian, her expression instantly became much gentler. Yi Xian hurriedly waved his hand. Hey. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Draw your sword. Before Yi Xian could react, the executing heaven sword at his waist suddenly flew out. Chi. A ray of light flashed. In an instant, the center of Shenji's forehead had been pierced by that ray of light before he could even react. Everyone here was stunned. Lian Xiaotian from Skyearth World had disbelief written all over his face. The reason he was shocked was because the woman in the plain dress wasn't here. She'd actually killed a Shenji from countless stellar regions away. Moreover, she'd killed him with such ease. After being pierced by the sword, Shenji's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he didn't even know how he'd been killed. That sword. He couldn't describe it with words. Just like that, the Shenji fell slowly to the ground. Lian Xiaotian gazed at the woman while he slowly clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, the woman was looking at him as well. The corners of Lian Xiaotian's mouth curled up slightly. We underestimated Yi Xian, and we underestimated you a little as well. The woman's face was emotionless. A little? As she spoke, her gaze gradually turned icy cold. You'll never know how weak you are. Lian Xiaotian roared with laughter. Weak. While I can't be considered as the strongest expert in the Northern Territory, no one has ever said that I'm weak. As he spoke, he gazed at the woman and said, Come, use that move of yours again. Let's see if you can kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from within him. Bang. As soon as this aura appeared, the starry sky and the surroundings started to tremble violently. It was like an earthquake, and it was extremely shocking. The expressions of the experts from the divine kingdoms instantly turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. Lian Xiaotian's strength absolutely crushed them. Yi Xian had a rather solemn expression on his face as well. Earlier, he'd intended to kill Lian Xiaotian with the boundless sword, but now that he'd witnessed Lian Xiaotian's strength, he wasn't fully confident in his ability to kill Lian Xiaotian. However, he was over 70% confident in his ability. The boundless sword. This sword technique disregarded one's realm of cultivation. Of course, even he wasn't absolutely confident in his ability. This sword technique was formidable. but he didn't dare say that it was invincible. Earlier, he'd intended to execute the boundless sword because he'd been prepared to risk his life. However, he hadn't expected that these experts from Profoundness World would actually be looking for the woman. That was something he hadn't expected at all. Yi Xian looked at the woman in the plain dress. Everyone present was looking at the woman in the plain dress. Lian Xiaotian gazed at her and laughed savagely. Bring it on. Draw your sword. My Profoundness World can even defy the heavens, let alone you. The woman remained expressionless. There are exceptions to defying the heavens. Defying me? There's absolutely no chance of survival. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her fingers together and pointed lightly. The execution heaven sword in front of Yi Xian trembled violently, and then a sword howl shot into the sky. In the next moment, it slashed directly towards Lian Xiaotian. Lian Xiaotian had a ferocious expression on his face, as he suddenly pressed his palms together and slashed them forward. Bang! A force that could obliterate the world swept down from his palms. As soon as this force appeared, the space in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was directly blasted apart. Moreover, the others in the surroundings retreated repeatedly at this moment. That force was unstoppable. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at the executioner's sword. It didn't take long for the execution heaven sword to slash against that force. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the force vanished into thin air. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A sword had stabbed into the center of Lian Xiaotian's forehead. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent. Lian Xiaotian's eyes were blank, and he was petrified. The woman gazed at Lian Xiaotian, and Lian Xiaotian's face was covered in disbelief. How? How could this be possible? No, that's absolutely impossible. He'd never imagined that he wouldn't even be able to resist a single attack from her. The woman disregarded Lian Xiaotian, and she gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. Long time no see. She gazed at Yi Xian for a long time, and then she spoke softly in the end. Your strength is barely passable. Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. I've been working very hard on my cultivation. The woman shook her head. It's still slightly insufficient. Yi Xian nodded. I know. I'll continue working hard. The woman nodded slightly, and then she suddenly gazed at the execution heaven sword. The sword trembled as if it was slightly fearful. Fearful? Yi Xian fell silent. He'd never seen the execution heaven sword fear anything, but it was actually afraid of the woman. So, it was definitely related to her in the past. The woman gazed at the sword. I never expected that you would follow him. The execution heaven sword trembled slightly, and then it emanated a low sword howl. The woman suddenly opened her palm, and then a sword appeared in her grasp. She gazed at the sword in her hand. You know what I mean? The sword trembled slightly. A short moment later, it transformed into a ray of light that shot forward, and it didn't take long for it to vanish into the starry sky. Yi Xian suddenly said, Do you recognize this sword? The woman glanced at the heavenly pearl sword, and then she said, This sword and my sword. As she spoke up to hear, she suddenly frowned. Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, a sword suddenly flew out from within Yi Xian's world prison pagoda. Seven's sword. Seven's sword trembled, and then it hid behind Yi Xian. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly pearl sword. The woman gazed at Seven's sword with an expressionless face. You're here as well. Seven's sword trembled, and it was even more afraid. Yi Xian looked at the woman. They seem to be very afraid of you. The woman in the plain dress looked at Yi Xian. These two swords, my sword, and another sword used to be one sword, but it was divided into four for some reason. Yi Xian was stunned. For swords? One. The woman nodded. They were originally one, but now they each have their own sword Dao lives. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, What would happen if these four swords were combined? The woman looked at Yi Xian. They would become the first sword. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, What sword? The woman said, Seeking defeat. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he asked, Seeking defeat? The woman nodded. That year, I was invincible, and no one was a match for her. So she named it Seeking Defeat. As she spoke up to hear, she looked at Yi Xian. You can try to combine them. However, you can only combine the swords, not the spirits. In other words, you can combine them, and you can split them. They will still be themselves. Yi Xian asked, what would happen if I combine them? The woman fell silent for a moment, and then she said, perhaps you'll be able to meet her. Chapter 668. See her? Yi Xian was puzzled. The plain-dressed woman did not answer. She looked at Yi Xian. Cultivate well. I'll wait for you. As her voice faded, she became more and more illusory. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, where are you going? The plain-dressed woman said, to kill. As her voice faded, she disappeared completely. Yi Xian was stunned, somewhat disappointed. The surroundings were so quiet that it seemed to have frozen. The plain-dressed woman. No one had expected this plain-dressed woman to be so powerful. She had killed Lian Xiaotian with a single sword strike, and it had been executed from countless star domains away. If her true body was here, how powerful would she be? Everyone looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian was so monstrous. They also understood why Yi Xian had been able to live for so long despite possessing a fifth-dimensional treasure. It turned out that there was such a great god standing behind him. Happy. This was what all the Scandinavian experts were thinking at this moment. Because the person behind Yi Xian was so powerful. This meant that the chaotic universe was completely capable of resisting the black-yellow great world. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the 100-man regiment in the distance. The leader suddenly said, retreat. Retreat. Lian Xiaotian had died in battle. With just the 100 of them, there was no way they could resist the entire chaotic universe. Retreat. Yi Xian smiled coldly. Are you retarded? You still want to retreat? Kill them all. Kill them all. As his voice faded, the countless Scandinavian experts behind him charged forward. The leader of the 100-man regiment had a ferocious expression. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. As soon as he spoke, the 100 people charged forward. In order to prevent the black-yellow great world side from losing too many people, Yi Xian also charged forward. It had to be said that these 100 people were indeed powerful. However, without the support of a top expert, they were no match for the chaotic universe's side. About 2 hours later, the 100 people were completely wiped out. Looking at the 100 corpses floating in space, Yi Xian remained expressionless. Beside him, Zhou Yafa suddenly asked, what should we do with these corpses? Yi Xian said, cut off their heads and hang them here. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they looked at Yi Xian in unison. Zhou Yafa hesitated for a moment, then said, these people are not afraid of death, they are real men to treat them like this. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Yafu. They fought to the death without surrendering, nor did they run away. I respect them from the bottom of my heart, but has Senior ever thought about it? Why had they come to the Chaos Verse? The destruction of our Chaos Verse. If we lose, then once they enter our Chaos Verse, will they respect the living beings of our Chaos Verse? No, they will be crueler than anyone else. When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the surroundings. We respect the strong, but we don't respect invaders. So long as they are invaders, then no matter how strong they are or how unyielding they aren't worthy of our respect. So we have to be stronger and crueler than them. As he spoke, he gazed towards the darkness in the distance. Shadow guards, cut off their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, over 20 people suddenly appeared, and it didn't take long for 100 bloody heads to appear before everyone. Yi Xian's face remained emotionless. Just hang them here. As he spoke, he gazed towards the depths of the starry sky. Our strength can't compare to Skyearth world, but we have to let everyone know that we dare to fight. We dare to fight. These words resounded incessantly in the minds of everyone present. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, clean up the spoils of the battle. Many of them instantly revealed delighted expressions when they heard this. After all, the equipment of this group was of the highest quality, and it was even better than the equipment of the soldiers of the Divine Kingdom. Yi Xian gazed towards the distance and noticed that the rock had been trapped by Mu Nanji and the others as well. Yi Xian walked over to the rock, and the rock instantly roared furiously. Yi Xian asked, "Do you want to surrender?" The rock glared angrily at Yi Xian with a ferocious gaze. Yi Xian nodded, "Kill it." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Right at this moment, an old man hurriedly said, "Divine Leader, can you hand it over to the old man?" Yi Xian gazed at the old man while Shangguan Xianer said, "He's the sect master of the Myriad Beast sect, and he's very skilled in taming demon beasts." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The sect master was delighted when he heard this, and he hurriedly bowed. "Thank you." Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, "Miss Shangguan, distribute the spoils of the battle to everyone. As for how it should be distributed, you decide." Shangguan Xianer nodded. "Understood." Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and he turned around and left. Yi Xian arrived at a starry sky, and he just sat there in the starry sky while looking at the endless starry sky around him in silence. At this moment, a woman walked over to his side. It was Zhao Mu. Yi Xian looked at Zhao Mu and smiled. "Miss Zhao." Zhao Mu looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian spoke softly. "We've won this time. But for some reason, I can't feel happy at all." Zhao Mu walked over to Yi Xian's side and sat down. She didn't say anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the World Prison Pagoda appeared in his palm. Looking at the World Prison Pagoda in his hand, Yi Xian spoke softly. "This pagoda represents the 5 dimensions. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have fallen into my hands, but it just so happened to fall into my hands." As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. "I have a feeling that I'll definitely have great trouble in the future." The World Prison Pagoda trembled, as if it was saying something. Xiaoling suddenly said, "It said it will bring you to the 5 dimensions." "To the 5 dimensions?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why are you going to the 5th dimension?" Xiaoling replied, "It said to go to the 5 dimensions to plant spirit fruits." Yi Xian. World Prison Pagoda. At this time, the World Prison Pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoling. It looked at Xiaoling, and trembled, as if protesting. Xiaoling, waved her right hand, and the sword at the top of the pagoda suddenly flew into her hand. She looked at the World Prison Pagoda. "Do you have a problem?" The World Prison Pagoda was silent for a moment, then hurriedly shook its head, indicating that there was no problem. Xiaoling said, "If you have a problem, you can say it. I'm not an unreasonable spirit." World Prison Pagoda. Looking at Xiaoling, and the World Prison Pagoda in the pagoda, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He then stood up and looked at Zhao Mu. "Miss Zhao, let's go." Zhao Mu nodded. At this time, Shangguan Xianer suddenly walked over. She glanced at Zhao Mu, then looked at Yi Xian. "Do you want to return to the Order City now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." Shangguan Xianer looked at Yi Xian. "Why?" Yi Xian said softly, "Because the people from the black-yellow great world will definitely come again." As he spoke, he looked at the surrounding starry sky. "From now on, this is the last barrier of our chaotic universe." The last barrier. Shangguan Xian was silent. Here, almost all the top powerhouses of the chaotic universe were gathered. If they were defeated here, it would mean that the chaotic universe would fall. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Tell the Celestial Arcanum sect leader to come see me." Shangguan Xianer nodded slightly and left quietly. Soon, the Celestial Arcanum sect leader came in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "Is there any news of Shaoqi?" The Celestial Arcanum sect leader shook his head. "Not yet. Our people have already started to work on the Gate of Heaven. I hope there is good news." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Which universe is the closest to our chaotic universe?" "The one that hasn't perished." The Celestial Arcanum sect leader said in a deep voice, "In the vast universe, they are far away from us. The reason why they haven't fallen into the hands of the black-yellow great world is because we are closer to the black-yellow great world than them. If we perish, the next target of the black-yellow great world will definitely be them." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I will go to the vast universe." The Celestial Arcanum sect leader looked at Yi Xian. Lord God wants to join forces with them? Yi Xian nodded. Although we have to rely on ourselves, it is good to rope in some helpers. The Celestial Arcanum sect leader hesitated and said, "This vast universe is a bit complicated." Yi Xian asked, "How complicated?" The Celestial Arcanum sect leader said in a deep voice, "The vast universe is not unified. The forces are complicated. In the vast universe, there was a sect called the Prairie Blazing Sect. This sect was the most powerful and had the most members. However, the members of the sect were like rabid dogs. They killed and plundered everywhere they went, creating a foul atmosphere in the area. So, as he said this, he shook his head. It is very difficult to join forces with them." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "We have to try." The Celestial Arcanum sect leader nodded. "If we can get them to fight against the black-yellow great world with us, it is naturally a good thing. However, Lord God should be careful this time. There are also experts there, especially this Prairie Fire sect. They are not easy to deal with." Yi Xian nodded. "I am going to find them to cooperate, not to cause trouble." At this time, Shangguan Xian suddenly said, "Do you want me to go with you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "There are still many things in God Nation that you need to be responsible for." As he said this, he looked at Zhao Mu. "Miss Xiao, do you have time? If you do, come with me." Zhao Mu was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "I know you have time. Let's go." Zhao Mu. After finding the Celestial Arcanum sect leader to find the route to the vast universe, Yi Xian set off with Zhao Mu. But this time, Yi Xian did not take the Imperial Starship. Instead, he took the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon's speed was not as fast as the Imperial Starship, but it was cool. On the back of the Golden Dragon, Yi Xian stood quietly, and not far from him was Zhao Mu. The vast universe. Yi Xian looked up at the distant starry sky and said softly, "I hope those guys from the black-yellow great world don't come so soon." What he needed the most now was time. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Zhao Mu entered the vast universe. Yi Xian sensed the surroundings and found that the spiritual qi in this universe was less abundant than the chaotic universe. At this moment, a strong aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Soon, a man in black appeared not far from Yi Xian and Zhao Mu. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, the man in black suddenly looked at Zhao Mu. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "What a beautiful woman!" Yi Xian frowned slightly. The man in front of him had a strong aura. Although he had not reached the Emperor realm, he was at the peak of the Tendo realm. An expert of this level should not have such a temperament. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the man in black suddenly looked at him. "I want this woman." A sword suddenly pierced the man in black's eyebrows. The man in black's eyes widened. "I am Prairie Fire. How dare you?" Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Chi. The man in black's head flew off. Yi Xian looked at the head and said softly, "I am the Divine Lord of the God Nation. Am I proud?" P.S. No tickets? Then let's do it. Is there anyone who wants to do it? Chapter 669. As he watched the youth's head fall, Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that this trip might not be so smooth. At this moment, a blur shot over from the distance. Yi Xian frowned, and a powerful sword aura swept out of his body. Rumble. This sword aura instantly forced the blur to a halt. The blur faded, and a man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The man wore a long black robe, with 2 small black characters engraved on his left chest. Prairie Fire. Prairie Fire. The man looked at Yi Xian. God of Swords. Yi Xian was expressionless. Yi Xian, a divine lord of the divine nation of the Chaosverse, wishes to meet the head of your Prairie Fire sect. The man narrowed his eyes. A divine lord of the Chaosverse. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian and sneered. "You're a divine lord of the Chaosverse?" Yi Xian was expressionless. "Do you want to die?" The man's expression turned savage. He was about to speak, but at this moment, a flying sword suddenly pressed against his brow. The sword penetrated half an inch and blood gushed out. The man froze. He looked at Yi Xian. Sir, have you come to provoke my prairie fire sect? You. At this moment, a streak of sword light slashed down from the man's shoulder. Rip. The man's entire right arm fell off. Yi Xian walked up to the man and looked at him. Where is your prairie fire sect? The man stared at Yi Xian. This isn't your chaos verse. You. Another streak of sword light slashed down. Rip. The man's left arm was sent flying. Yi Xian looked at the man. Why don't you try spouting some more nonsense? The man stared at Yi Xian. I'll take you there. Yi Xian nodded. Lead the way. Just like that, under the man's guidance, Yi Xian arrived at the Prairie Fire sect of the vast universe. As soon as he arrived at the Prairie Fire sect, a group of people surrounded Yi Xian, led by a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man glanced at the youth next to Yi Xian, then at Yi Xian. Did you chop off his arm? Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. I don't think my vast universe has any grudges with your chaotic universe. Yi Xian smiled. There isn't. However, as soon as we arrived, your Prairie Fire sect members tried to steal my woman. At this moment, two pairs of eyes shot towards him like sharp swords. Yi Xian hurried to correct himself. He's my friend. The Prairie Fire sect tried to steal my friend, so I taught you a little lesson. Yi Xian. Yi Xian fire. The man stared. Xian Yi. Yi Xian. Looking at the middle-aged man, Yi Xian said, he should respect me and my friend. What do you think? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. In the vast universe, it has always been others who respect our Prairie Fire sect. Yi Xian opened his palm. A sword appeared in it. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. It seems we need to fight first. In this world, the strong were revered. He knew that he needed to gain the respect of these people. There was no other way but to use strength. Only when he was strong enough would these people take him seriously. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and clenched his right fist. As you wish. He was about to attack when a voice suddenly rang out from the horizon. So it's God Nation's City Lord Yi. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at the sky. A middle-aged man in a white robe was standing in the sky. The white-robed man said calmly, City Lord Yi, why don't you go fight the Xuanhuan Great World? Why do you have the time to come to our vast universe? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You know me? The white-robed man smiled. Who doesn't know you, City Lord Yi? Yi Xian smiled. You must be the sect leader of the Prairie Fire sect, right? The white-robed man shook his head. Vice sect leader. Yi Xian nodded. Vice sect leader, you should know why I'm here. The white-robed man smiled. I know. City Lord Yi wants to drag us into fighting the Xuanhuan Great World together, right? Yi Xian nodded. The white-robed man laughed. City Lord Yi, your wishful thinking is not ordinary. You want us to fight the Xuanhuan Great World, but I'd like to ask, what benefits do we get? Yi Xian said calmly. Benefits? If the Chaos Verse is destroyed, who do you think they'll go after next? The white-robed man shook his head. City Lord Yi, the problem is that the people of the Xuanhuan Great World are going after your Chaos Verse, not our vast universe. Yi Xian fell silent. The white-robed man smiled. City Lord Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but this is a matter between your Chaos Verse and the people of the Xuanhuan Great World. It has nothing to do with us. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian looked at the white-robed man. You can represent the vast universe? The white-robed man smiled. Of course I can. My Prairie Fire sect is the master of the vast universe. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Zhao Mu. Let's go. He finally understood. The Prairie Fire sect wanted to sit on top of the mountain and reap the spoils later. Or rather, it was none of their business. Given their attitude, if he continued to speak, he would undoubtedly be asking to be humiliated. Just as the two of them were about to leave, the white-robed man suddenly said, City Lord Yi. Yi Xian turned to look at the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled. City Lord Yi, we know a bit about the Xuanhuan Great World. I heard that the king of the northern region wanted to adopt you as his son, but you refused. I have to say, your decision was very foolish. Yi Xian smiled. Then why don't you become his son, sir? The white-robed man's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian smiled again. I understand. It should be that you don't even have the right to be his son, right? The white-robed man's eyes grew cold. City Lord Yi, you must understand one thing. This is the vast universe, not your chaos verse. As soon as he finished speaking, several black-robed experts suddenly appeared not far behind Yi Xian and Zhao Mu. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Vice Sectmaster, are you going to fight me? The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian, but said nothing. Yi Xian smiled. Come, I'll give you 3 moves. Do you dare to attack? The expressions of all the Prairie Blaze experts instantly turned gloomy when they heard this. In the vast universe, no one had ever dared to act arrogantly before the Prairie Blaze experts. All the Prairie Blaze experts were looking at the white-robed man, but he hadn't attacked yet. Yi Xian smiled. What? You don't dare? The white-robed man looked coldly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the young and arrogant usually don't live for long. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Executing Heaven Sword. Yi Xian walked towards the white-robed man with his sword in hand. In an instant, monstrous sword energy swept out from within him. The white-robed man's expression changed when he sensed the sword energy. At this moment, besides coldness, there was deep fear in his eyes as well. He'd naturally heard of Yi Xian. Moreover, he knew that Yi Xian had just repelled the attack from Skyearth World not too long ago. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped moving, and he gazed at the white-robed man with his sword in hand. Are you going to attack? The white-robed man gazed at Yi Xian, and didn't dare speak. Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. What a piece of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Right at this moment, one of the nearby Prairie Blaze experts suddenly shouted furiously. Who gave you the gall to actually dare to attack my Prairie Blaze? Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in the surroundings. In the next moment, the head of that expert flew into the air. His blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone here was stunned. He was instantly killed? He was instantly killed with a single strike? Yi Xian glanced coldly at the surroundings. Any more? Right at this moment, a man walked forward and stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He was just about to speak when a flying sword suddenly flashed through the surroundings. The man didn't even have the chance to react before his head flew into the air. The surroundings suddenly fell silent as if it had been frozen. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the surroundings. Who else? Chapter 670. Who else? Yi Xian's voice was very calm, but it carried a ghastly killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The white-robed man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He'd realized that he'd underestimated this city governor Yi. Not only had he underestimated Yi Xian's strength, he'd even underestimated Yi Xian's temper. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at Prairie Blaze and the other experts, and a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth before he turned and left. Right at this moment, the white-robed man suddenly said, City Governor Yi, we'll remember how you humiliated my Prairie Blaze sect today. Yi Xian stopped, but he didn't turn around. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. All of you don't respect me, so why should I respect all of you? As soon as he finished speaking, he led Zhao Mu and vanished into the distance. He'd always believed that respect was mutual. If others respected you, then you had to respect them. If they didn't respect you, then why should you respect them? As the saying goes, if a mad dog insults you, then do you have to be like a mad dog and insult them as well? The meaning of this saying was that one shouldn't fuss about it with ordinary people. However, Yi Xian didn't think so. Some people were worse than mad dogs. If they insulted you or bullied you, then if you exercised forbearance and took a step back, they would take a yard when given an inch. Most people in the world were like that, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. So one had to be a good person or a ruthless one. After Yi Xian left, the white-robed man's face was gloomy to the extreme. Yi Xian and Zhao Mu returned to the boundless starry sky. Just as they were about to leave the vast universe, a woman suddenly appeared before Yi Xian and Zhao Mu. From the looks of the woman, She was around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure, and the places that should be protruding were protruding, and the places that should be protruding were protruding. Her figure was very sexy, and her face was also very exquisite. It was simply a devil's figure, and the face of an angel. She was absolutely the woman of all men's dreams. Zhao Mu suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. I'm a decent person. Looking at Yi Xian, Zhao Mu did not speak. In the distance, the woman walked up to Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian. You are the divine nation's divine lord? Yi Xian nodded. You are. The woman glanced at the surroundings and said, City Governor Yi, can we go somewhere else? Yi Xian was silent. The woman continued. I know why City Lord Yi has come. The Prairie Blazing sect isn't willing to talk to you, but I am. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Who do you represent? The woman said, the Yin Yang sect. Yi Xian frowned. Yin Yang sect. The woman nodded. Change locations? Yi Xian looked around and nodded. Lead the way. The woman turned around and left. The woman brought Yi Xian and Zhao Mu to the Yin Yang sect. As soon as they entered the Yin Yang sect, Zhao Mu frowned. There were many women in the Yin Yang sect. No, it should be said that they were all women. Not only were they very beautiful, but they were also dressed in revealing clothes. They were very alluring. Along the way, many women stared at Yi Xian, and there was even greed in their eyes. This caused Zhao Mu's expression to become even more unfriendly. In a short while, the woman brought Yi Xian and Zhao Mu to a large hall. After entering the hall, Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. On the walls around the hall, there were many paintings that were not suitable for children. Zhao Mu was expressionless, and his expression became even colder. The woman stopped and made an inviting gesture. City Lord Yi, I am Shui Jingfei, the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Sect leader Shui, does your sect focus on dual cultivation? Shui Jingfei shook her head. Not really. Yi Xian nodded and did not ask anything else. Shui Jingfei looked at Yi Xian. My Yin Yang sect was once the #1 sect in the vast universe. Unfortunately, it declined, and in the end Prairie Fire rose. At this point, her expression became quite complicated. After Prairie Fire rose, they completely obeyed me to prosper, and opposed me to perish. In order to protect the people in the sect, my master had to use a great formation to hide everyone in the sect. However, the people of Prairie Fire never gave up on us. Yi Xian asked. Why? Concubine Shui Jingfei said softly. Because most of our Yin Yang sect disciples are born with charm bodies or some special physiques. In addition, we cultivate dual cultivation techniques. If we dual cultivate with our sect's disciples, the man will have great benefits. Yi Xian said solemnly. Their target is you? Shui Jingfei nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Sect leader Shui, you said that you cultivate dual cultivation, but why don't I see any men in your sect? Shui Jingfei said calmly, City Lord Yi, you might have misunderstood us. Our Yin Yang sect women can only have one man in their lifetime. The cultivation method they are cultivating now is just preparation for the future. If they meet someone they like, they can pass the Yin and Yang energy in their body to him. Both sides, one Yin and one Yang, become one. At this point, she looked at Yi Xian. Our Yin Yang sect women aren't as lascivious as the outside world says. We just look at the sex aspect. In that aspect, everyone does it. Since they dare to do it, why don't they dare to say it? Some people look like gentlemen on the surface, but who knows how dirty they are? City Lord Yi, what do you think? Yi Xian smiled. Sect leader Shui, don't think too much. I don't have any bad thoughts about your sect. What I asked just now was just curiosity. Shui Jingfei looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said again, Sect leader Shui, you brought me here today for something, right? Shui Jingfei nodded. I want to bring the entire Yin Yang sect to the chaotic universe. To the primordial chaos monster race. Yi Xian was startled. Then he smiled. That's a good thing. It was indeed a good thing. Because he found that the Yin Yang sect women weren't weak. When he came in, he saw 12 emperors. Not only that, he also felt some powerful presences in the Yin-Yang sect. This Yin-Yang sect wasn't so simple. If they went to the chaotic universe, it was naturally a good thing for the chaotic universe. At this time, Yi Xian said, "Going to the chaotic universe is fine. But I have to make one thing clear. The chaotic universe is facing an unprecedented crisis. You must understand this." Xue Jingfei nodded. "I know. The Yin-Yang sect is willing to live and die with the chaotic universe. But, at this point, she looked at Yi Xian. "We need City Lord Ye's help." Yi Xian said, "What kind of help?" Xue Jingfei said, "If we want to leave this vast universe, we will definitely alarm Prairie Blaze. They won't let us leave, so..." At this point, she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was silent. Xue Jingfei got up and bowed. "City Lord Yi, I'm not using you. I'm asking for your help. If you help us get through this, we will repay you." Yi Xian shook his head. "There's no need for repayment. Your trip to the chaotic universe is beneficial to the chaotic universe." As he said this, he looked at Xue Jingfei. "Sect leader Xue, get ready. We are leaving for the chaotic universe." Xue Jingfei wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian smiled. "Why?" Xue Jingfei said softly. "I know that City Lord Ye's strength is unparalleled. However, the Yin-Yang sect has many people. Prairie Blaze can't do anything to you. But many of us can't resist them." Yi Xian was silent. As Xue Jingfei said, the people of Liao Yuan sect definitely couldn't do anything to him. However, as the strongest sect in this vast universe, the Liao Yuan sect definitely wasn't simple. Once he was held up by the people of Liao Yuan sect, the people of Yin-Yang sect would be in danger. Xue Jingfei was worried about this. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. A voice transmission talisman suddenly disappeared. A moment later, a voice sounded in front of Yi Xian. "What are your orders?" It was Shengguan Xianer's voice. Yi Xian said, "Let the Dark Guards and Shimu army come to the vast universe as fast as possible." A moment later, Shengguan Xianer's voice sounded, "Understood." Yi Xian looked at Xue Jingfei. "Let's wait. Once my people arrive, we will leave." Xue Jingfei bowed slightly. "Thank you." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian and Zhao Mu. "The two of you follow me." After that, she got up and left. Soon, under Xue Jingfei's lead, the two of them came to a secret room. Inside the secret room, there was a bed. Around the secret room, there was a strange fragrance. Yi Xian was a bit puzzled. "Sect leader Xue, this is?" Xue Jingfei said. "This bed is my Yin-Yang sect's treasure, the Yin-Yang bed. Dual cultivation on the bed will have great benefits." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian and Zhao Mu. "The two of you can..." "Wait." Yi Xian suddenly said. "Miss Xue, is there a misunderstanding?" Xue Jingfei looked at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu was expressionless, but his hands were clenched. Seeing this scene, Xue Jingfei smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I thought too much." Zhao Mu suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly said, "Miss Xue, you should be more careful in the future." He knew Zhao Mu's temper. This woman was a violent maniac and would attack at the slightest provocation. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhao Mu didn't attack. Xue Jingfei bowed slightly to Zhao Mu. "Please forgive me, Mississippi." Zhao Mu was expressionless and didn't say anything. Yi Xian quickly said, "Let's go, let's go." As he said this, he took Zhao Mu and left the small house. Outside the small house, Yi Xian looked at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu's expression was calm. No emotions could be seen. At this moment, Xue Jingfei suddenly said, "City Lord Yi, if you need, we can arrange some special services for you." Yi Xian suddenly turned and looked at Xue Jingfei. "Miss Xue, do you have a misunderstanding about me?" Xue Jingfei looked at Yi Xian. "What does City Lord Yi mean?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Do I look like a pervert?" Xue Jingfei. Yi Xian was about to speak when a woman suddenly came in front of Xue Jingfei and said solemnly, "Prairie Fire's people found our area." Prairie Fire. Hearing this, Xue Jingfei's expression sank. "P.S. Do you still have any tickets?" Chapter 671. Yi Xian looked at Xue Jingfei. You seem to know that they are looking for your Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, he felt that something was wrong. The Yin-Yang sect would not rely on Scandinavia for no reason. After all, once they went to Scandinavia, they would be under Scandinavia's control. Who would be willing to live under someone else's roof? Only now did he understand that the Yin-Yang sect might have reached its most critical moment. Going to the chaotic universe might be their only choice. Xue Jingfei was silent for a moment, then said, Young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, not long ago, the Prairie Fire sect used some unknown method to find our approximate location. Speaking up to here, she looked at Yi Xian. We really have nowhere to go. Yi Xian smiled. I'm surprised that Sect Master Xue could be so honest. I'll say it again. Once we reach the chaotic universe, your sect will be a member of our chaotic universe. When we face the black-yellow great world, we might die in battle, but I can guarantee you that your sect will not die from internal strife. It had to be said that the women of the Yin-Yang sect were definitely desired by countless forces. These women had cultivated their entire lives. If they could obtain them, their cultivation would definitely skyrocket. Xue Jingfei looked at Yi Xian. If we go to the chaotic universe, my Yin-Yang sect is willing to live and die with the chaotic universe. Between death and humiliation, they would naturally choose death, because they knew very well that once they fell into the hands of the Prairie Fire sect, it would be a fate worse than death. Yi Xian nodded. Get people to prepare. Once my people arrive, we'll set off. Xue Jingfei hesitated, then said, I'm afraid the people from the Prairie Fire sect will find us soon. Yi Xian looked at Xue Jingfei, he did not speak. Xue Jingfei hesitated, then said, Does City Lord Yi have any other requests? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Xue, let's talk about it after you understand. Concubine Xue Jingfei glanced at Yi Xian and was about to speak. At this moment, a woman suddenly rushed in. Sect Master, someone is forcefully breaking the formation outside. Consort Xue Jing was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, I will go. Gather the Yin-Yang sect's men. Once my men arrive, we'll leave. As he spoke, he looked at the woman in front of him. Take me there. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and then at Xue Jingfei, who nodded slightly. The woman said, City Lord Yi, please. Yi Xian looked at Zhao Mu. You stay here. With that, he turned around and left with the woman. Zhao Mu did not stay and followed them. Yi Xian had no choice but to let her follow. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Yin-Yang sect. Not far in front of him, there was a thin light screen. Outside the light screen was a grassland. Right at this moment, a white-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the light screen. Seeing this person, Yi Xian was stunned. This person was the deputy sect master of the Prairie sect that he had met not long ago. The white-robed man suddenly turned sideways and an old man appeared beside him. The old man held a black compass in his hand. The old man silently chanted a few words, and the compass in his hand began to spin violently. Soon, the light screen in front of Yi Xian suddenly became illusory. Seeing this, the white-robed man's mouth slightly curled. Yin-Yang sect. After a few breaths, boom, the screen of light suddenly exploded. Soon, the entire Yin-Yang sect appeared in front of the white-robed man. The white-robed man suddenly laughed. But soon his smile froze because he saw Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, the white-robed man's smile gradually turned cold. Yi Xian, why are you here? Yi Xian smiled. So it's the deputy sect master of the Prairie sect. What a coincidence. The white-robed man stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, my Prairie sect will definitely eat up the Yin-Yang sect. Yi Xian smiled. Are you provoking me? The white-robed man clenched his fists. A group of people had appeared behind him at some point. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all experts of the Prairie sect. Yi Xian grinned. Does having more people make you stronger? The white-robed man said in a low voice. City Lord Yi, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Our target is just the Yin-Yang sect. Yi Xian smiled. Then I might be a little embarrassed. The Yin-Yang sect has already submitted to my divine kingdom. They are now people of my divine kingdom. The white-robed man narrowed his eyes. It seems that City Lord Yi has no choice but to intervene. Yi Xian was about to speak when concubine Shui Jingfei suddenly walked out. She looked at the white-robed man. My Yinyang sect has already submitted to the divine kingdom. From now on, we will move to the chaotic universe. The white-robed man grinned. Concubine Shui Jingfei, do you think that's possible? He suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily. Do you think he can protect you? In your dreams you... Wang. A sword hum rang out. Chi. Before the white-robed man could react, his entire right arm flew off. Everyone was shocked. The white-robed man looked at Yi Xian in shock. You. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed man. You should respect me. The white-robed man said. Yi Xian you. Right at this moment, a strand of light flashed through the battlefield. Chi. The white-robed man's head flew off. Blood spurted out. Seeing this, the experts of the Prairie sect were shocked. Yi Xian's strength far exceeded their expectations. In the distance, Yi Xian looked up at the sky. The main character still hasn't shown up? After a moment of silence, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Concubine Shui Jingfei, who was next to Yi Xian, said in a deep voice, Sect leader of the Prairie sect, Emo Shanxing. Emo Shanxing glanced at Yi Xian. He was expressionless. City Lord Yi, you've stretched your hand too far. Yi Xian smiled. I thought you wouldn't show up. Emo Shanxing said indifferently. City Lord Yi, my Prairie sect has no enmity with you. We don't want to become enemies with you. Yi Xian smiled. I don't want to be entangled with you either. However, the Yinyang sect must come with me. Emo Shanxing looked at Yi Xian. My Prairie sect will eat the Yinyang sect. No one can protect it. This is the attitude of the Prairie Fire sect. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like we're going to spar? Emo Shanxing nodded. The old man also wants to see how monstrous City Lord Yi is. As soon as he finished speaking, another 20 people appeared behind him. A total of 120 people. The auras of these 120 people were extremely powerful. Among them, 16 were Emperor Realm powerhouses, and 6 were God Realm powerhouses. As for Emo Shanxing, he was unfathomable. Emo Shanxing looked at Yi Xian. Unless City Lord Yi can kill me in a second, my people will take all the women of the Yinyang sect away. Yi Xian smiled. Try me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed forward. Emo Shanxing narrowed his eyes. He flicked his sleeves. A powerful force surged out like a tide. In an instant, the surrounding space began to boil. Yi Xian's sword arrived. Boom. In an instant, Emo Shanxing was sent back hundreds of zhang. Seeing this, the faces of the Prairie sect powerhouses turned ugly. From the looks of it. In the distance, Emo Shanxing's face was also extremely gloomy. Yi Xian's strength was stronger than he had imagined. Yi Xian looked at Emo Shanxing. The Yinyang sect is under my protection. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword diagonally to the ground. Hum. The executing heaven sword trembled violently. A sword hum shook the sky. Emo Shanxing looked at Yi Xian. His expression gradually became ferocious. Yi Xian, the old man tells you, this is the vast universe. Even if you're a dragon, the old man has to kneel before you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. 2 shadows shot toward Yi Xian. 2 God Realm powerhouses plus Emo Shanxing, a total of 3 God Realm powerhouses. No, Emo Shanxing was a peak God Realm powerhouse. The moment the 3 of them made their move, the rest of the Prairie sect powerhouses followed suit. Obviously, the purpose of Emo Shanxing and the other 2 was to stall Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian was expressionless. Bullying me because I have fewer people? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. 6 fiend corpses suddenly appeared in front of him. 6 God Realm fiend corpses. The moment the 6 fiend corpses appeared, Emo Shanxing's face changed. At this time, 9 swords suddenly appeared above the heads of the Prairie sect powerhouses. Sword formation. The moment the 9 swords appeared, a wave of sword light engulfed the Prairie sect powerhouses. In an instant, miserable screams rang out. Seeing this, Emo Shanxing's face turned savage. Yi Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a token arrow and threw it out. Boom! The token arrow shot up into the sky, shaking the horizon. After a few breaths, a dozen powerful auras suddenly attacked from the horizon. Behind Yi Xian, Xue Jingfei said solemnly, "It's the enforcer of the prairie sect." Enforcer? Yi Xian looked at them. Needless to say, their auras were really strong. Moreover, they were all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Xian was just about to attack when the horizon in the distance suddenly shook. In the next moment, some strange black-clothed figures suddenly appeared around the experts of the prairie sect. As soon as these black-clothed figures appeared, the heads of the experts of the prairie sect flew off one by one. Hidden guards. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. 1,000 people were diving down from the sky. The imposing aura of these 1,000 people wasn't just a little bit stronger than the prairie sect's powerhouses. The divine martial army. And the person in the lead was Shangguanxian. Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he saw Shangguanxian. He hadn't expected that she would personally lead the army here. The prairie sect's sect master, Mo Shanxing's face changed when he saw the experts of the divine kingdom. Retreat. It didn't take long for the prairie sect's powerhouses to retreat a few hundred meters away. After the divine martial army landed, they knelt down on one knee towards Yi Xian and said in unison, "Greetings, Divine Lord." Divine Lord. In the hearts of everyone from the divine kingdom, Shaoqi was the true divine lord. Moreover, they didn't reject Yi Xian because Yi Xian's strength was sufficiently formidable. Moreover, Yi Xian had been personally chosen by Shaoqi. It was perfectly justifiable. Yi Xian looked at the crowd in front of him. Rise! All of them stood up in unison, and then they turned around to look at the experts from the prairie sect. Mo Shanxing fell silent for a moment before he said, "City Governor Yi, this is a misunderstanding. My prairie sect." Yi Xian was about to speak when Shangguanxian spoke solemnly. "It's inadvisable to fight here. Our true enemy is the Skyearth world, and it'll be very disadvantageous to us if we fall into this place." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Mo Shanxing. "Kill them." Chapter 672. Kill them. When she heard Yi Xian's words, Shangguanxian was stunned. Yi Xian was expressionless. What's the point of keeping them if not killing them? To keep them to give us trouble in the future? Enemies. Toward enemies, Yi Xian's approach had always been to not be merciful. Not only could he not be merciful, but if he could, he must kill them all. Would the Prairie Fire sect be grateful if he let them go today? No. It would only give them a chance to breathe, and they would definitely take revenge in the future. He, Yi Xian, did not like to kill the enemy without killing them all. If he did not kill them all, it would only bring sorrow in the future. When they heard Yi Xian's words, the Dark Guards had already moved out. The Dark Guards were extremely fast, appearing in front of the Prairie Fire sect powerhouses in an instant. Very soon, the Prairie Fire sect powerhouses fell one by one. And the Divine Martial Army also moved out when the Dark Guards moved out. Overwhelming. The Prairie Fire sect was very strong in the vast universe, but there was still no way to compare with the powerhouses of the Divine Nation. The Divine Nation's strength was weaker than the Black-Yellow Great World, but its system was definitely not weaker than any other place. Moreover, the Divine Nation had gotten rid of the Tendo many years ago, and then controlled the Tendo source of this world. Therefore, in terms of individual strength, the Divine Nation was definitely much stronger than the average universe. For now, the Divine Nation might only be weaker than the Black-Yellow Great World. Of course, there were countless universes in the vast universe, and no one knew if there were other powerful universes or universes with special civilizations. The moment the Divine Martial Army moved out, Mo Shanxing's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Retreat, retreat quickly. With that, he led the Prairie Fire sect powerhouses and turned to run. They could not fight at all. If the Prairie Fire sect wanted to win, they had to kill Yi Xian first. And Yi Xian was the strongest among this group. There was no way to fight at all. At this moment, they only realized that the Divine Nation was actually so powerful. They could not afford to provoke it. Run. The Prairie Fire sect fled, but the Dark Guards, the Divine Martial Army, And Yi Xian's demonic corpses did not stop. If Yi Xian said he would kill them all, then he would kill them all. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Shui Jingfei of the Yin-Yang sect. The latter pondered for a moment and said, "Mobilize all the Emperor Realm experts of the Yin-Yang sect." Very soon, streams of powerful auras flew out from the Yin-Yang sect. Yi Xian said softly, "Let's go to the Prairie Fire sect and take a look." With that, a golden dragon swooped down and landed steadily in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian jumped onto the golden dragon, followed by Shui Jingfei, Zhao Mu, and Shengguan Xian'er. Soon the golden dragon soared away. On the back of the giant dragon, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Leader Shui, if the Burning Prairie sect is removed, can the vast universe be unified?" Consort Shui Jingfei looked deeply at Yi Xian then said, "Yes. Not only that, the people of this vast universe will thank you." Yi Xian nodded then said, "Miss Shengguan, let our people take over the vast universe." Shengguan Xian'er glanced at Yi Xian then nodded. "All right." With that, she began to contact the chaotic universe. Before long, they arrived at the Prairie Fire sect. At this moment, the Prairie Fire sect had already activated the defensive grand formation. Everyone in the Prairie Fire sect was looking at Yi Xian and the others in the sky. Mo Shanqing stared at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, do you really want to fight to the death with us?" Yi Xian looked at Mo Shanqing. "Fight to the death? Are you qualified?" With that, he waved his right hand, and a sword suddenly tore through the air, executing Heaven's Sword. The moment this sword fell, the defensive grand formation of the Prairie Fire sect instantly shattered. This chapter is not finished, please continue. Yi Xian waved his right hand. Kill. The divine martial army directly swooped down. The enormous dragon beneath Yi Xian's feet charged down as well. At the instant the enormous dragon charged down, the expressions of the countless Prairie Fire sect experts below changed drastically. Dragon aura. This dragon aura was simply too terrifying, and it made it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged down as well. With the current Yi Xian and the executing Heaven Sword, it could be said that only an End Realm expert above the God Realm could go against him. As for End Realm experts, only the Xuanhuan Great World had them now. When he saw Yi Xian charge over, Mo Shanqing's expression instantly changed. He had seen how terrifying Yi Xian was. In terms of a one-on-one battle, no one in the entire Prairie Fire sect could go against Yi Xian. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Shanqing suddenly roared furiously, "Summon the ancestor." As soon as he spoke, a beam of white light suddenly shot into the sky within the entire Prairie Fire sect. The white light shot into the clouds, and it didn't take long for a middle-aged man to gradually condense within the white light. Everyone present was looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Yi Xian, and very quickly he frowned. "Sword God." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw the sword, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. "It's this sword." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You recognize it?" The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. "Why is it in your hands?" Yi Xian looked at the executing Heaven Sword in his hand. "Do you recognize him?" The executing Heaven Sword trembled. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man. "It doesn't recognize you." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Why is it in your hands?" Yi Xian smiled. "It's a long story, so I won't say much. Let's fight." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and then he nodded. Yi Xian stomped his right foot. Hong! A sword radiance soared into the sky. In the air, the middle-aged man clenched his right hand and punched down. Kaboom! The surrounding space immediately became illusory. Soon, the two afterimages in the air exchanged blows fiercely. Before long, Yi Xian suddenly returned to his original position. And in the air, the middle-aged man's body had become completely illusory. Seeing this scene, Mo Tianqing's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. In the air, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "You're her descendant. But as far as I know, she seems to use her fists." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Who is she?" The middle-aged man also frowned. "You don't know her?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Are you talking about the original owner of the executing heaven sword? The middle-aged man was about to say something, but suddenly, his body completely disappeared. Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. Your previous owner was a woman? The executing heaven sword trembled and replied. Yi Xian said softly. Is she very powerful? The executing heaven sword suddenly trembled violently, as if it was a little excited. Yi Xian said with a smile. Very powerful. Then can you contact her? Let her come to the chaotic universe to play. Shangguan Xianer glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. The executing heaven sword suddenly calmed down, a little gloomy. Yi Xian was about to speak when Mo Shanxing suddenly roared. Everyone retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a black light and disappeared at the end of the sky at an extremely fast speed. Escape? Seeing Mo Shanxing escape, Yi Xian and the others were stunned. Not only Yi Xian and the others, but even the experts of the Prairie Fire sect were stunned. He just ran away like that? Soon the Prairie Fire sect. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. The experts of the Prairie Fire sect also fled. Since the sect master had fled, they naturally would not continue to stay here to die. It could be said that Mo Shanxing's escape directly made all the experts of the Prairie Fire sect lose the will to resist. Yi Xian glanced at Mo Shanxing in the sky. He did not chase because if this kind of expert wanted to escape, he would not be able to catch up. However, he did not intend to let him go just like that. Yi Xian said, secret guards. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 people in the dark quietly disappeared. Yi Xian said again. Take care of all the people of the Prairie Fire sect who fled. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the group of divine martial army not far behind him directly rushed out. And Yi Xian brought Shangguan Xian, and the other two women to the Prairie Fire sect. Yi Xian glanced around and then said, there should be a lot of treasures. After saying that, he disappeared not far away. The three women. About half an hour later, Yi Xian returned in front of the three women, and on his face, there was a trace of a smile than before. Yi Xian laughed. He bent his finger, and a storage ring fell in front of Shangguan Xian. Some treasures, distribute them to the brothers. Shangguan Xian shook her head. No. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Shangguan Xian said solemnly. The divine nation has a reward and punishment system. We can't give the spoils of war to them every time. In the long run, many people will feel that it is reasonable, and then people's hearts will change. Of course, we will also reward ourselves according to merit, and we will not mistreat anyone who serves the country. Yi Xian thought about it then nodded. Okay. As he said that, he looked at Xue Jingfei. Miss Xue, are you still going to the chaotic universe? Xue Jingfei nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? You have to understand, now that the Prairie Fire sect has been eliminated here. At this point he stopped abruptly and didn't continue, because he found that the spirit energy in this vast universe was very thin, and there was very little tendo source. Yi Xian nodded. Then Miss Xue, get ready, we will leave together. Xue Jingfei glanced at Yi Xian. We are ready, we can leave at any time. Yi Xian thought about it, and then said, Miss Shangguan, after our people come here, let them contact the people here and find those with good talent. Ask them if they are willing to go to the chaotic universe. Don't force them. At this point he paused for a moment, and then said, don't give up even if your talent isn't good. A person's achievements are not measured by talent alone. Shangguan Xianer nodded. I understand, I will arrange all of this. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment he suddenly raised his head, frowned, and then transformed into a ray of sword light that shot into the sky. At this moment, Xue Jingfei suddenly said, I'll go take a look. After saying that, she also shot into the sky. Seeing Xue Jingfei follow, Xiaomu didn't hesitate at all and directly followed. Shangguan Xianer looked at the void in the sky and frowned slightly. In the void, Yi Xian stopped. Not far in front of him stood a woman. The woman wore a white robe and had a wine gourd hanging on her waist. She looked valiant and formidable. Yi Xian's expression was very solemn. The woman in front of him gave him a very, very dangerous feeling. And the woman in front of him was just a clone. A clone actually gave him this kind of feeling. At this moment, the executing heaven sword at Yi Xian's waist suddenly trembled violently, as if saying something. P.S. At this moment, the monthly votes in everyone's mouth trembled violently, as if saying something. What are you saying? Say quickly vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 673. Seeing the executing heaven sword tremble, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. You know her? The executing heaven sword trembled slightly, then floated in front of the woman in the distance. The woman glanced at the executing heaven sword. Then her gaze fell on Yi Xian. She just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior, you know me?" The woman suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. She didn't say anything, just continued to stare at Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt very uncomfortable being stared at. At this moment, the woman suddenly turned her head. Not far in front of her stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the woman with an incomparably solemn expression. "May I ask if you are the Sword Martial School's ancestral master?" The woman looked at the middle-aged man, but didn't speak. Seeing that the woman didn't speak, the middle-aged man hurriedly bowed deeply. "I am Black Yellow Great World's Northern King's chief guest, Li Suifeng." Northern King. Yi Xian's face sank. Someone from Black Yellow Great World had actually come here. Were they looking for him? The woman ignored Li Suifeng and looked at Yi Xian again. As she looked at him, her gaze suddenly became somewhat complicated. The look in her eyes couldn't be described with words. On the other hand, Yi Xian was secretly on the alert. Compared to Black Yellow Great World's Li Suifeng, he was more afraid of this woman. The woman in front of him gave him the feeling that she was unfathomable. At this moment, Li Suifeng suddenly said, "Senior, are you also interested in this Yi Xian?" The woman looked at Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng said solemnly, "Senior, this Yi Xian has killed countless experts of my northern territory. It can be said that our northern territory is absolutely irreconcilable with him." As he said this, his expression changed because a powerful aura directly enveloped him. Li Suifeng was shocked. "Senior, you." The woman looked at Li Suifeng. The latter was about to speak, but at this moment, the woman raised her hand and punched. Boom. Without warning, Li Suifeng's body directly exploded. As for Li Suifeng's soul, he instantly retreated 10,000 zhang away. Yi Xian was stunned. Li Suifeng was also dumbfounded. He looked at the woman, and the woman looked at Yi Xian. She just looked at Yi Xian, and gradually, her body became more and more illusory. Just as she was about to turn completely illusory, she suddenly said, "I will come and find you." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. "Looking for me?" Yi Xian frowned. Was he here to cause trouble for him? Suddenly, Li Suifeng spoke in a low voice. "Yi Xian, I never expected that you would even alarm the founding ancestor of the Sword Martial School." Yi Xian looked at Li Suifeng. "What is this Sword Martial Gate?" Li Suifeng sneered and said, "The Sword Martial School is located in the central mainland region of the Black Yellow Great World. The people in this sect are all cultivators of both sword and martial arts. They are the top 3 sects in the central mainland. Moreover, the sect master of the Divine Martial School resides in the Seal Pavilion of the Black Yellow Great World. Do you know about the Seal Pavilion? There are 9 statues in the Seal Pavilion, and these 9 people are all extraordinary geniuses and experts in the history of the Black Yellow Great World. The Sword Martial School's sect master is one of them." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I'm not bad as well. Do I have the qualifications to enter and have a statue erected there?" The corners of Li Suifeng's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked coldly at Yi Xian. "City Governor Yi, can you please have some idea?" Yi Xian shrugged, and then he said, "She said she was looking for me. Perhaps she saw that I'm an extraordinary genius and wants to take me as her last disciple." Li Suifeng sneered. "What kind of dream are you having in broad daylight?" As he spoke, he pointed down. "Do you know who the founder of the Prairie Flame sect is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't." Li Suifeng said, The founder of the Prairie Flame sect is from the Sword Martial School. Slaughtering the Prairie Flame sect is equivalent to declaring war on the Sword Martial School. Yi Xian's face remained emotionless. Are you done? Li Suifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. You want to kill me? Yi Xian said. Isn't that obvious? As soon as he finished speaking, the soul suppression sword suddenly appeared in his grasp. OM. A sword howl resounded. At the instant he saw the soul suppression sword, Li Suifeng's expression instantly changed drastically, and then he turned around and fled. Meanwhile, the soul suppression sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew forward. Hiss! A ray of light pierced through Li Suifeng in the distance. In an instant, Li Suifeng was absorbed by the soul suppression sword. However, Li Suifeng crushed a transmission talisman at the moment he was absorbed. Meanwhile, Soul's excited voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young master, this soul is great. It's great. Yi Xian roared with laughter. It's great. You'll live well with me in the future. Soul hurriedly said. All right. Yi Xian smiled and then looked at the executing heaven sword in front of him. After the woman left, the executing heaven sword's mood became somewhat gloomy. Yi Xian gently touched the executing heaven sword and then said, Was she one of your former masters? The executing heaven sword trembled, and then returned to the prison pagoda. Inside the prison pagoda, Xiaoling came in front of the celestial sword. She glanced at the executing heaven sword. Little Zhu, I'm going to attack the 8th floor. Are you interested? Executing heaven sword. Outside. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he turned and looked at Shangguan Xian and the other 2 women not far away. Return to Divine Nation. Return to Divine Nation. Shangguan Xian nodded and looked at Xue Jingfei. Miss Xue, let your people come over. Xue Jingfei nodded and turned to leave. Shangguan Xian walked in front of Yi Xian and said softly, I'm afraid it won't just be people from the north who will come to the chaotic universe in the future. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. Shangguan Xian shook her head. Without you, they won't let go of the chaotic universe. Yi Xian looked up at the distant starry sky and said softly, That woman just now was very strong. That woman just now gave him a very strange feeling. It should be said that it was a very special feeling, but he couldn't describe it specifically. At this moment, a black-clothed man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The black-clothed man bowed slightly. Divine Master, we couldn't catch the Burning Prairie sect master. Should we continue to chase? Yi Xian shook his head. No need. Let the people from Celestial Arcanum sect find this person's whereabouts and keep track of his movements. The black-clothed man bowed slightly and turned to leave. Yi Xian looked at the end of the sky and said softly, Black-Yellow Great World. So far, what the Black-Yellow Great World had shown could be said to be the tip of the iceberg, and what he was facing now was not the entire Black-Yellow Great World, but just the north. And he knew that one day, he would have to face the entire Black-Yellow Great World. And there was also Xiaoqi. He had to say that at this moment he really missed Xiaoqi. That super confident little girl. In her eyes, even the Black-Yellow Great World was nothing. And until now there was no news of her. At this moment, Xue Jingfei came not far in front of him, and behind Xue Jingfei was a group of Yinyang sect powerhouses. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. As his voice fell, the crowd. They set off for the chaotic universe. On the back of the golden dragon, Yi Xian sat cross-legged. Not far from him were Shangguan Xian, and Zhaomu, while Xue Jingfei was on the other side. Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly. He took out a Dao-grade sword and inserted it into his body, and began to absorb the sword. Cultivate. Breakthrough. Now he would choose to devour the sword whenever he had time. Devouring the sword could improve his own cultivation. And now he was eager to improve his strength. His strength was too weak, because he was facing the entire Black-Yellow Great World. Seeing that Yi Xian was cultivating, Shangguan Xian, and Zhaomu did not disturb him. Shangguan Xian sat aside, took out a desk, and began to organize all kinds of documents. Whether it was Xiaoqi or Yi Xian, they were actually in charge of everything. The one who was really in charge was Shangguan Xian, It could be said that many of the internal affairs of the divine nation were handled by Shangguan Xian. It was also because of this that the status of the counselors beside the divine lord was very high. Previously, when Nangong Wan was driven back to the Eastern Barren Territory by Shao Qi, the status of the entire Nangong family could be said to have plummeted, and now, the most respected family in the divine nation was undoubtedly the Shangguan family, because the 2 generations of divine lords had put Shangguan Xian in an important position. About an hour later, everyone entered the chaotic universe. And just as they entered the chaotic universe, a black-clothed man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The black-clothed man said in a low voice, "Divine Lord, that Mo Shanxing has gone to the Black-Yellow Great World. He may be going to the Sword Martial School in the Black-Yellow Great World." Sword Martial School. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Mo Shanxing's purpose should be to rely on the Sword Martial School, and then wait for an opportunity to come back for revenge. The black-clothed man suddenly said, "Divine Lord, should we chase after him?" Sword Martial School. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No need." The black-clothed man bowed slightly and quietly left. At this time, concubine Xue Jingfei came in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Shangguan Xian. "Miss Shangguan, help them settle down. Remember, the girls of the Yinyang sect have a special cultivation. Don't let others find trouble with them. Just say that I said it." Shangguan Xian nodded. "Understood." After saying that, she turned and left with concubine Xue Jingfei. After the 2 women left, Yi Xian looked at Zhao Mu. "Miss Zhao, will you live in Order City?" Zhao Mu glanced at Yi Xian, then turned and left. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Then he called Yi Ling out. During this period of time, Yi Ling had been cultivating with a Yu and Yin Jia. It has to be said that under the guidance of the 2 women, Yi Ling's cultivation had really advanced by leaps and bounds. She was now a peak emperor realm. Yi Xian said, "Do you still remember what you promised others?" Yi Ling nodded. "Brother, I will establish an immortal Dao sect in Order City now. Is that okay?" Yi Xian smiled. "Naturally. If you need anything, just look for big sister Shangguan. Understand?" Yi Ling smiled sweetly. "Okay." After saying that, she leaped off the golden dragon and headed towards Order City. Looking at Yi Ling below, the smile on Yi Xian's face gradually froze. Yi Ling. Sister. She was the most important person in his life. He would never allow anyone to hurt her. Absolutely not. Yi Xian turned and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. He slowly clenched his right hand and said softly, "Black-Yellow Great World. Laozi will fight you to the end." After saying that, he turned and left. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and said, "No, Laozi has to call for help. I need help." Chapter 674. God Nation Order City. Inside the temple, Yi Xian sat quietly. Devour. After returning to the Order City, Yi Xian continued to devour swords. He didn't lack swords at all. He didn't lack swords of the Dao realm. With his current wealth, he could use it for a long time. Not to mention that he was now the king of God Nation, and could mobilize countless resources. Especially the palace treasury that Shao Qi had left behind. That wealth was amazing. However, he didn't touch it. That was Shao Qi's. He had to wait for Shao Qi to come back. Inside the temple, Yi Xian absorbed the swords crazily. His aura was also skyrocketing. About 3 days later, in the hall, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body, causing the entire hall to tremble. Yi Xian took a deep breath and a turbid air floated out of his mouth. Supreme Realm. Now he had reached the Supreme Realm. And if he went further, he would be in the Sage Realm. In other words, he wasn't far from the Emperor Realm. Now that he had recultivated in adversity, if he reached the Emperor Realm, he would definitely be different from ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouses. Of course, he could easily kill Emperor Realm powerhouses now. His current strength couldn't be measured by normal realms. After a while, Yi Xian walked out of the temple. Outside the temple, Shangguan Xian had been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian looked at Shangguan Xian. What's wrong? Shangguan Xian'er said solemnly. There's news of His Majesty. Xiaoqi. Yi Xian said solemnly. Speak. At this time, Celestial Arcanum Sect Master appeared in front of Yi Xian and said solemnly. We found out through Elysium that the person who took His Majesty away might be a mysterious force in the black-yellow great world called Dao Sect. Dao Sect. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you have detailed information about this force? Celestial Arcanum Sect Master shook his head. No. This force was extremely mysterious in the Xianhuang Great World. Everyone only knew that the people of this force were extremely mysterious. They almost never participated in the worldly battles of the Xianhuang Great World. However, no one dared to question their strength. In the Xianhuang Great World, there is a Xianhuang Divine Martial Leaderboard. The first and second place on the leaderboard belong to the Dao Sect. At this point he paused for a moment and continued. Although the Dao Sect isn't the number one power in the Xuanhuan Great World, there's a saying in the Xuanhuan Great World. Although they aren't number one, the number one doesn't dare to offend them. Taoism. Yi Xian said solemnly. Do you have any specific information about them? The Tianji sect head hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes, but we have to go to a certain place. After our men went there, they never returned. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Where is it? The Celestial Arcanum sect leader said. Thousand Chance City. This city isn't too far from here, and the people from that sect have appeared in Thousand Chance City before. This Thousand Chance City might be their territory, because our people don't even need to talk about entering. Just getting close to this place would cause them to disappear. Thousand Chance City. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I'll make a trip there. The Celestial Arcanum sect head looked at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a moment before saying, The old man doesn't recommend God Lord to take the risk. If something happens to you, our God Nation will collapse. Now that the God Nation didn't have Xiaoqi, if something happened to Yi Xian, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the God Nation. What the God Nation needed the most now was a person like Yi Xian who could hold the fort. Don't think that the God Nation was harmonious. If there wasn't someone who could hold the fort, the God Nation would immediately fall into chaos. The human heart was the most complicated thing. Yi Xian smiled faintly. It's fine. If I want to leave, they won't be able to stop me. He wasn't bragging. With the immeasurable sword, he believed that as long as he wanted to run, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to catch him. And it wasn't normal, unless the other party had an expert like the Demon Lord. The Celestial Arcanum sect head wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, It's fine, I'll go personally. With that, he looked at Shangguan Xian'er. I'll leave the God Nation's matters to you for the time being. Shangguan Xian'er said solemnly. It's best not to take risks. Yi Xian smiled. If I can't beat them, I'll run. Shangguan Xian'er. Yi Xian looked at the Celestial Arcanum sect head. Where's Qinji City? The Celestial Arcanum sect head was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Don't you know my ability? If I want to run, ordinary people can't do anything to me. But we don't know the exact situation of Xiaoqi, so I have to go. The Celestial Arcanum sect head was silent for a moment. Then he pointed his finger and a scroll appeared in front of Yi Xian. This is the route. Yi Xian nodded. I'll leave the God Nation's matters to the two of you. Wait for my news. Also, if someone from the Xianhuang Great World comes, be sure to inform me, understand? Shangguan Xian'er nodded. Understood. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then turned into a sword light and disappeared at the end of the sky. Shangguan Xian'er looked at the end of the sky and said softly, He and His Majesty are really friends. The Celestial Arcanum sect head nodded. Both of them are swordsmen, they focus on the pursuit of the heart, so neither of them will play those tricks. Also, can't you see? Our city Lord Yi really doesn't have much interest in the Divine Lord position. If it wasn't for His Majesty, he might not have come to be the Divine Lord. Shangguan Xian'er nodded. After spending some time with Yi Xian, she found that Yi Xian didn't have much desire for power besides being greedy for money. And even if he was greedy for money, he didn't embezzle the God Nation's treasury and Xiaoqi's treasury. Not a single cent. This was something she didn't expect. After a moment, Shangguan Xian looked up at the sky and said softly, "I hope everything is safe." At the end of the sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword, but this time he didn't bring the golden dragon, because it was too ostentatious. This time his purpose was to inquire about Xiao Qi's news. In the starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword and disappeared into the depths of the vast starry sky. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally arrived at Qianji City. Qianji City was not in the starry sky, but on a continent. This continent had no name, and this continent, for some reason, only had one city. It was Qianji City. Celestial Arcanum sect had very little information about this Qianji City, because every time their people got close to this Qianji City, they would disappear for no reason. Obviously, this place was not simple. Yi Xian used the Chaos Qi to hide himself, and then quietly came to the gate of Qianji City. There were people walking in the city, but there were only a few people. And the clothes of these people were very different from normal people. These people wore animal skins, and there were many ornaments made of similar demon beast bones hanging on their bodies. Not the human race? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He quietly walked in. The buildings in the city were also different from other cities. Most of the buildings in this city were simple tents. Primitive people. These 3 words came to Yi Xian's mind. A long time ago, when humans first appeared, at that time, humans lived in caves, and then slowly turned into simple shacks. Yi Xian glanced around. He had to say that these people in front of him looked more and more like primitive people. Yi Xian continued to move forward, and soon he came to the city center. There were more people in the city center. Moreover, Yi Xian found that these people's aura was a bit strong. Physical strength. Pure physical strength. Several of them even had Emperor Realm physical strength. Very extraordinary. Yi Xian continued to move forward, and soon he came to a palace, which was also the only palace in this city, and this palace was also a bit simple. Yi Xian was about to go in, but at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian stopped right away. The middle-aged man looked right in front of him. Yi Xian's face sunk. Although he was invisible, he knew that the man was looking at him. He was noticed. He could even notice the chaotic energy. Yi Xian didn't hide anymore, and he appeared right away. After Yi Xian appeared, the middle-aged man was expressionless. "Who are you?" Yi Xian said. "Chaotic Universe, God Country." Chaotic Universe. The middle-aged man frowned. "What are you doing here?" Yi Xian looked at him. He waved his right hand and Seven's portrait appeared in front of him. "Find her." When he saw Seven's portrait, his eyes squinted. In the next moment, he punched towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was prepared for this. He slashed down with his sword. Hong! This sword slashed down, and he retreated 1,000 feet. As soon as he landed on the ground beneath him collapsed. Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. His physical strength was so strong, much stronger than his own. In other words, his physical strength was probably above Emperor Realm. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. "You know where she is?" The middle-aged man was expressionless. He suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, a powerful aura swept towards him like a storm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Psst! A sword hum resounded. In the next moment, the middle-aged man was pushed back by Yi Xian's sword. The middle-aged man glanced at his right hand, and there was a deep wound on it. It was caused by Executing Heaven's sword. The middle-aged man looked at Executing Heaven's sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Good sword." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man, and his expression became even more solemn. He couldn't believe that this person actually used his physical body to block his Executing Heaven's sword. What sort of physical body is that? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Where did you take little Seven?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian. "It's not something you can interfere in." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "She's my friend, so I'm definitely interfering in this." As soon as he finished speaking, Qinshi suddenly charged forward and roared furiously. In the next moment, a ray of bright light slashed down from above the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man didn't retreat, and he charged forward instead and directly collided with Yi Xian's sword. Rumble! An explosion resounded as both Yi Xian and the middle-aged man were pushed back repeatedly. However, the middle-aged man stopped after moving 300 m back, while Yi Xian moved over 600 m back. After he stopped, Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man. "Let me see if your soul is as formidable as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Executing Heaven Sword transformed into Soul-Suppressing Sword. The middle-aged man's face fell when he saw the soul-suppressing sword. "Why do you have so many good swords? And one that targets the soul?" When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yi Xian. "We don't need external objects to fight one-on-one." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Today is the 1st, so everyone must have a lot of monthly votes. Don't hesitate, it's me, the most handsome kid in the world. Chapter 675. I won't use any external objects. Yi Xian's face darkened. "How can you say such shameless words? I'm a swordsman. You think I won't use a sword? Fight you with my fists? Are you still human?" The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "That sword of yours isn't an ordinary sword. It's not fair." Yi Xian said indifferently, "Your realm is so much higher than mine, and your physical body is so much stronger than mine. Is that fair?" The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before saying, "You won't use those two swords. I'll fight you with one hand." Yi Xian smiled. "You don't have to use one hand either. Let's make a bet. I won't use these two swords to fight you one-on-one. If I win, you'll tell me where she is. How about that?" The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. After a moment he nodded. "Deal." Yi Xian immediately put away the Executing Heaven Sword and Soul-Suppressing Sword. The middle-aged man said, "Let's go somewhere else." With that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't think too much and followed him. Soon, the middle-aged man brought Yi Xian to a training field. The training field was huge, and there was a thin light screen around it. In the middle of the training field, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "Attack." Yi Xian stomped his right foot hard. Boom. The entire ground shook violently. In the surroundings, the power of countless earth veins gathered toward him. At the same time, the power of the earth spirit contained in the Great Tao Law was released toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian clenched his right hand slowly. Rumble. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. At the sight of this, the middle-aged man's eyes became slightly solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up. The next moment he punched the middle-aged man. Burial Fist. After giving up on the sword, he directly used the Great Tao Law and Burial Fist. These were two of his trump cards. In the face of Yi Xian's punch, the middle-aged man had a solemn expression in his eyes, but he didn't show any fear, nor did he dodge. He took a step forward and blasted his fist out. Heaven-shaking punch. As his voice fell, the two powerful forces directly collided with each other in the most brutal way. Rumble. In an instant, with the two of them as the center, the ground within a 3-kilometer radius was directly shattered, and the thin barrier of light in the surroundings also collapsed at this moment. A powerful force wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing even the space to distort. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. A moment later, the surroundings returned to tranquility. Yi Xian and the middle-aged man looked at each other from afar. Both of them had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "What kind of punch is that?" Yi Xian grinned. "Burial Fist." "Burial Fist." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Very strong." Yi Xian laughed and said, "You are also very strong." Come, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed out. Bang. His body directly split space apart. Even though his physical body couldn't compare to the middle-aged man, it wasn't inferior to him. Coupled with the fact that he was enhanced by the Grand Tao laws, his physical strength wasn't inferior to the middle-aged man at all. A head-on battle. At the instant that Yi Xian charged forward, the middle-aged man charged forward right after him. Physical combat. Numerous explosions resounded incessantly, and even space itself was trembling violently. In next to no time, the middle-aged man had a slight headache. because while Yi Xian was engaging him in physical combat, Yi Xian was using his flying swords. Even though these flying swords weren't as sharp as the swords Yi Xian wielded earlier, he didn't dare underestimate them, because they were aimed at his vital points, so he didn't dare to go head-on against them. Just like that, the middle-aged man was gradually suppressed by Yi Xian, because he was enhanced by the flying swords. Bang! Right at this moment, the middle-aged man was suddenly blasted back by a single sword strike from Yi Xian, and he just stopped when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed his fist towards him. Burial fist. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw it was Chun Xi's burial fist again, and he swiftly pressed his arms together before sweeping them forward. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian's fist descended, the middle-aged man was instantly pushed over 1 kilometer back. As soon as he stopped moving, the space behind him instantly shattered apart. At the same time, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged man wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. He slowly opened his palms, and then he suddenly pressed them together. Iron wall. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of energy suddenly descended from the sky, and it directly surged into his body. Rumble. The middle-aged man's figure shook violently. At the same time, a thin strand of golden light appeared around him. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. The middle-aged man's body has definitely become stronger again. A moment of silence ensued before Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist towards the middle-aged man's face. This time, the middle-aged man actually didn't dodge or resist, and he just allowed Yi Xian's fist to strike his face. Bang! The middle-aged man moved over 10 back, but Yi Xian had retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. After he stopped moving, Yi Xian glanced at his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was numb, and at least 80% of the strength of that punch had been reflected back at him. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man. Not only has this man's body improved by a few levels, he's even able to reflect the strength of his attack. Is he even human? He's a devil, right? The middle-aged man walked slowly towards Yi Xian. The ground trembled with every single step he took, and the formidable strength and physical defense he possessed were sufficient to instill despair in others. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. That's probably a divine technique, right? The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and said, My ultimate technique isn't an external object. An ultimate technique. Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right, then I'll use my ultimate technique as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, and a sword flew into his grasp. In the next moment, monstrous sword energy suddenly swept out from within him. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man and grinned. 1. When he uttered the word 1, the surrounding space collapsed directly. Yi Xian said again, sword. As soon as he uttered the word, buzz, the sound of a sword soared into the sky, and in an instant, the entire Qianji city began to crumble inch by inch. At this time, the smile on Yi Xian's face had become somewhat ferocious. None. As soon as he uttered the word, a sword energy had swept across the entire Qianji city, and the space within a radius of nearly 100,000 feet began to disappear and be annihilated inch by inch. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with horror. This time, there was no fear in his eyes but panic. Just as Yi Xian was about to utter the last word, the middle-aged man suddenly said, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This guy admits defeat? The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian and said again, I admit defeat. In that instant, he had truly felt death looming over him. If he didn't admit defeat, he knew that his physical body would definitely not be able to withstand the sword that Yi Xian was about to release. He definitely could not withstand it. Yi Xian put away his sword, and in an instant, the surrounding sword energy disappeared directly. He didn't want to use this immeasurable sword. This immeasurable sword didn't have much of a side effect. No, it should be said that there was basically no side effect, but the consumption was a bit big. Now that the middle-aged man admitted defeat, he would naturally stop. One must know that the purpose of this time was to find Shaoqi, not to kill. Seeing that Yi Xian stopped, the middle-aged man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yi Xian. What sword skill was that just now? Yi Xian said, immeasurable sword. I created it myself. The middle-aged man was stunned. Created it yourself? Are you sure? Yi Xian said seriously. Of course. This sword skill was created by me when I was 18 years old. I'm a swordsman, I won't lie. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure that you created it yourself? Yi Xian said indifferently. Let's not talk about this. You've lost. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. I lost. The middle-aged man's face instantly sank. After a moment he said in a deep voice, you shouldn't have looked for her. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Why? You want to go back on your words? The middle-aged man went silent. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. You can't afford to lose? The middle-aged man shook his head. Young man, first tell me, who is she to you? Yi Xian said, friend. Friend. Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence he said, since you're her friend, then there's no harm in telling you. We'll take her away and won't hurt her. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, why did you take her away? The middle-aged man shook his head. I can't tell you. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and the middle-aged man said, don't worry, we won't hurt her. On the contrary, we're protecting her. Protecting her? Yi Xian said in a low voice. What do you mean? The middle-aged man shook his head. It's none of your business. All you have to know is that we won't hurt her. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. Her identity is special. If she stays at the place you're from, then she'll be in danger, and you'll be in danger as well. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. I'll be in danger as well? What do you mean? The middle-aged man's face was expressionless. You're that Yi Xian from the chaotic universe, right? Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man said, according to the information we have, some mysterious powers have started to pay attention to you, and they might be about to act against you. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, which mysterious powers? The middle-aged man said, go back. We don't want to have any entanglements with you. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he said, can I see her? The middle-aged man shook his head. She's already in the Xianhuang Great World. Don't worry, we won't hurt her. Just take care of yourself. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. He looked at him. I want to know that she's fine. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Do you know what you're doing? Yi Xian laughed savagely. What am I doing? I have enemies all over the universe. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? So what if there's one more of you? The other party was too perfunctory. They wanted to dismiss him with a single sentence that they wouldn't hurt Little Seven? How was that possible? Before he saw Little Seven, he didn't believe anyone. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Don't force us. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily. Either I see her or you kill me. As the sound of his voice faded, an illusory Xiaotao suddenly appeared between his brows. World Prison Pagoda. The moment the World Prison Pagoda appeared, a formless pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Thousand Chants city. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Are you crazy? The only sword. Chapter 676. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. When Yi Xian took out the World Prison Pagoda, he once again felt the aura of death. World Prison Pagoda. If this fifth-dimensional treasure was activated, its power would not be any lower than the limitless sword. Yi Xian stared at the middle-aged man, his expression fierce. I want to see her, do you understand? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. You'd better not act recklessly. Yi Xian smiled malevolently. It seems that if I don't kill a few people, you guys won't give a damn about me. As his voice fell, he suddenly activated the World Prison Pagoda. In the next instant, a red light enveloped the middle-aged man. At the same time, a large blood-red character prisoner appeared above the middle-aged man's head. When this character appeared, the middle-aged man's expression changed. This was the first time he had been so close to death. At this time, An old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man was dressed very simply. He wore plain clothes and a pair of cloth shoes. With a head full of white hair, he looked very sage-like. The old man looked at the blood-red character prisoner above the middle-aged man's head and said softly, "Fifth dimensional." As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. "I'll let you see her." Hearing this, Yi Xian looked at the old man. "Really?" The old man nodded. "Really?" Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the world prison pagoda disappeared. The blood-red character prisoner above the middle-aged man's head also disappeared. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, he knew that if Yi Xian did not stop, he would definitely die. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with dread. This Yi Xian's personal strength was not particularly monstrous, but his treasures were not ordinary. Moreover, each one was more terrifying than the last. Yi Xian looked at the old man. The old man said softly, "That fifth-dimensional treasure is really extraordinary." Yi Xian said softly, "What about her?" The old man nodded. "Follow me." As he said this, he turned and left. Yi Xian followed. Not long after, the old man brought Yi Xian to a secret room. Inside the secret chamber, the old man walked in front of a box. He opened the box and a white light floated out. Soon a person appeared in the white light. Little 7. Xiaoqi was in a cave. She sat cross-legged on the ground like she was cultivating. Yi Xian frowned. "What is this place?" The elder said, "The Xianhuang Great World." Yi Xian said in a low voice. She wouldn't have left the Divine Kingdom for no reason. He was clear about 7's personality. She was a responsible person, and there was no way she would leave the God Kingdom at such a time. The old man laughed. "She didn't want to leave at first, but she had to go with us in the end." Yi Xian asked in a low voice, "Why?" "Because some people have already discovered her. If she doesn't go with us, your God nation will not only have to face the northern region, but the entire black-yellow great world." As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. "Especially when the two of you are in the Chaos Verse. The two of you are more special than the other. If the two of you are in the Chaos Verse, can the Chaos Verse withstand it?" Yi Xian's face darkened. The old man spoke as if he and Xiaoqi were scourges. The old man said, "You are her friend and you are qualified to be her friend. That is why I let you come here. However, you must understand that her identity is as special as yours. We are taking her away to protect her. As for your Chaos Verse, she can't go back for now." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Will she never come back?" The old man laughed. "That will depend on her own will." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he asked, "Are you from the Taoist sect?" The old man looked at Yi Xian. "Little fellow, we don't want to have any entanglements with you. It's best that you don't interfere in our matters. It's for your own good." Yi Xian said, "I am her friend." The old man fell silent. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He just turned around and left. Since he knew that Xiaoqi was fine, he was relieved. Actually, he had always been very confident in Xiaoqi. If Xiaoqi hadn't taken the initiative to leave with them, then they would have definitely not taken her away by force. Since Xiaoqi had chosen to leave, she definitely had her reasons. Right when Yi Xian was about to leave, the old man suddenly said, "Young man." Yi Xian stopped and turned around to look at the old man. "What is it?" The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "You cultivate the body as well." Yi Xian nodded. The old man smiled. "We are very proficient in cultivating the body. Moreover, we have some divine techniques related to the body. Are you interested?" Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he asked, "Why?" The old man shook his head. "There is no reason. If you are interested, you can study here for a period of time. Your body will definitely undergo a qualitative transformation." Yi Xian said, "I am interested." He had already seen the body of that middle-aged man. If he had such a strong body, then just thinking about it was exciting. The old man nodded. "Follow me." With that, he brought Yi Xian out of the secret room. In a short while, the old man brought Yi Xian to a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the city. No, it should be called a volcano. As soon as he got close to the volcano, Yi Xian felt a wave of heat. The old man brought Yi Xian to the entrance of the volcano. From his angle, the lava below was surging, and the heat waves were monstrous. It was extremely terrifying. The old man pointed with his finger, and a green pill flew in front of Yi Xian. Consume it. Yi Xian glanced at the green pill, and he didn't think too much about it. He consumed it right away. For an expert of his level, it was impossible for the other party to poison him to death. After consuming the pill, Yi Xian instantly felt a surge of energy in his body, and this energy enveloped his entire body. At this time, the old man looked at the volcano below. Jump down. Jump down? Yi Xian looked at the old man. Jump down. The old man said indifferently, Your body is at the Emperor realm. Why would you be afraid of this mere lava? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he leaped into the boiling lava. As soon as he entered the lava, all his clothes turned into ashes. At the same time, he felt like his body was burning. That feeling wasn't particularly good, but fortunately, his body was strong enough. Therefore, he only felt a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't fatal. At this time, the old man suddenly took out a white jade bottle. He poured it down lightly, and a drop of blood-red bead fell. The moment that drop of blood-red bead fell into the lava, the entire lava boiled. At the same time, a dark red flame suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly resounded from the magma. It was Yi Xian's voice. Ouch! This was what Yi Xian was feeling right now. The moment he was enveloped by the crimson flames, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. At this moment, the old man took out a black jade bottle. He poured it down and a drop of black liquid fell from the sky. The moment the black liquid entered the magma immediately exploded. At the same time, a cloud of black gas suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. Aha! Screams rang out incessantly from within the magma. The pain was unbearable. This was what Yi Xian was feeling at the moment. Only now did he realize how fragile his body was. At this moment, he felt pain all over his body, as if his nerves were being pricked by needles. That feeling was too terrifying. He almost jumped out a few times, but he still withstood it. He knew that this might be a good opportunity for him to improve his physical body. If he gave up on this chance, he might not have many chances like this in the future. He didn't know why the old man wanted to help him, but he didn't want to care about that. He would take the benefits first. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared by the old man's side. It was the middle-aged man who had fought Yi Xian earlier. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and spoke in a low voice. Elder, why are you helping him? The old man was expressionless. This person is rather special and is good friends with His Majesty. He might be of help to us in the future. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, Even so, we shouldn't use such noble king and beast blood. The old man spoke softly. His physical body has already reached the Emperor realm. Ordinary things won't be of any use to him. Since we want him to owe us a favor, we naturally have to make him owe us a bigger one. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. The old man looked at Yi Xian and spoke softly. This person's talent might be inferior to His Majesty, but his fate is extremely complicated, even more so than His Majesty. No matter what, let's make him owe us a favor first. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. The middle-aged man nodded. This person isn't simple indeed, especially that sword technique that he created. The old man thought of the sword technique that Yi Xian had displayed earlier. The old man shook his head and smiled. He said that he created it himself. Do you believe that? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Of course I don't. This fellow has a glib tongue, and doesn't seem like a good person. The old man spoke softly. He's indeed quite different from other swordsmen. At this moment, the magma below suddenly boiled violently, and the red light and black gas on Yi Xian's body suddenly entered Yi Xian's body. Bang! In an instant, the magma around Yi Xian vanished completely, and Yi Xian's body started to squirm. The old man spoke softly from above. As long as he can endure it, his physical body will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian with a trace of envy in his eyes. His bloodline has been reversed by the humanoid king's blood. This fellow is really lucky. The old man spoke softly. How much he can absorb will depend on his own fortune. At this moment, there was a sudden change below, and the blood in Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled violently. Bang! A red light suddenly shot out from Yi Xian's body towards the sky. In an instant, that red light rushed into the horizon, and the entire horizon was instantly dyed blood red. The old man's face was filled with disbelief. How can this humanoid king's blood be finished? Is this bad? Yesterday's monthly votes were exceptionally few, and I couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Why is it like this? Is it because I'm handsome? The only sword that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.